But yeah, so one of the things I want to do when the new DLC comes out, because I'm very much looking forward, the Royal Court side of things is whatever. Like, I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm not, massively looking forward to it. Let me shut the window. There's a bit of fresh air in here now. What I'm really looking forward to is the culture changes. So it's really how they've tweaked culture and everything else. So what I'm thinking you're going to get this week when I start streaming for the new run is we're going to do a Restore Romana, we're going to do an Arthurian run. We're going to create the Pendragons, we're going to give them Roman culture if we can, and we're going to look at restoring Roman Britain. But what I want to do with that, not just to make it a standard challenge, but to make it interesting, is I want us to revive a dead religion as part of it. And I don't mean just like create our own religion and call it like Mithraism or something like that. I want us to bring back one of the closest religions in the game to actual Mithraism, which is within the game. And what I'm doing now I might also do as a run if we don't manage it, because it's quite fun. Closest religion really to Mithraism, which was kind of the worship of kind of fire and sun and everything else, is Zunism. Zunism is a dead religion. Restoring dead religions is really hard. The default cost of restoring a dead religion is about 120,000 piety. Oh, have I turned cursor off? Let me see if I've turned cursor off. I apologise if I have. Capture cursor. So it's because I'm doing battle guide stuff later, so you should now get your cursor back. But let's see. You should hopefully get it back now. But yeah, sorry about that. It's because weirdly capture cursor disappears when it doesn't follow your scene collections. So capture cursor is universal in OBS, which is really weird. Anyway, yeah, it costs about 120,000 piety to restore a completely dead religion. Because Paradox, it's not that they don't want you to do it, but they accept it should be massively hard. So, you're never going to get 120,000 piety in a single character's lifetime, not without cheating. And if you go on YouTube, you can watch a whole bunch of videos of people kind of going, this is how you revive a dead religion. And they do just basically lots of hacks and exploits to do it. I don't want to do that. I want us to be able to do it within the bounds of the game. So this is a test run I have been doing for a while. And this is about my 5th attempt at various different ways of doing this. Of seeing how low I can get the cost of converting to a different religion. And the Corot! Thank you very much for the resubscription. So, Little Stray Kitty is currently in the other room having a snooze. Let me go and have a look at how they're doing. Let me go and have a look. Back Propagate! Thank you for the sub. Let's have a look at how Little Stray Kitty's doing. Are you alright in here? Oh, you're in your little box. Oh, hello. Hello in your little box. Okay, yes, now we're doing the, enjoying the attention and then getting a bit fighty. Which is a good sign, I think. Come on. If he wanders in later, I'll turn on the camera and you can have a look at him. I can probably lure him in with snacks at some point. Well, actually, I'll have to give him lunch at some point and you'll probably see him then because I'll feed him in the office. Semi-Evil Pants, thank you very much for subscription. That's very good of you. So, yes, so as I was saying, but to revive a dead religion, we're going to have to look at how we can get the discounted cost down. And one of the questions that I've had for a long time with this game, have not my cat and Little Stray Kitty met while in the house yet? No, they have not. In fact, not my cat is currently asleep on the sofa downstairs with the patio door open. I want to revive the old Egyptian religion. What religion should I go? You kind of want Hellenism. Hellenism is probably the closest thing you'll get to it. And we might actually just revive Hellenism as part of the Rome run, because we'll go traditional if I don't want to go Mithraism. But now, obviously, if you played the game a bit, you know that there are various things that will say stuff like, this thing gives you 20% off converting to a new religion. But I don't know if you've ever looked at the maths on that, and it's always bugged me slightly. I've never mentioned it on the stream. But when you look at the cost of things, and then you look at the discount that's applied, I've always looked at it and thought, and I'm not great at maths, but I've always looked at it and thought, that maths doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right. So I was like, how is it calculating those percentage discounts? So this run was as much as possible to see the different ways of trying to discount religion conversion, see if I can get it into a figure that would be manageable to achieve within a single lifetime. But also, how is the game calculating it in the first place? Because that's good to know for other mechanics in the game. So let me give you a bit of a summary of what I've been doing behind the scenes. The eagle-eyed of you, I think someone spotted it. It might even have been... Who spotted it? Was it Yads? I think Yads, you spotted it. So I am doing this test run as the Zunbil. If you know your history, you might have heard of the Zunbil. There is, and you know I love a single dynasty ruler start. If you start the game in its earliest date point, round about here on the map, which is kind of, think modern Afghanistan, you will find a single county ruled by a member of the Zunbil dynasty. The Zunbils of Zubilistan were a kind of a historically royal dynasty in Afghanistan, and they ruled from about, I think it's about 660 through to like for about 200 years. And they were quite a famous dynasty for quite some time. And one of the reasons they were quite famous is because they founded the Zunbil faith, which is why you get that faith in the game, because technically it was kind of just about still a thing at the time of the game start. And it's all about sun worship and crowns with golden fishes on them and all of this kind of stuff. And it's really quite cool. But it's kind of like, it's sort of, think of it as a sort of pre-Buddhist religion. It sort of had that and a touch of Zoroastrianism and all of that. And it's one of the big kind of mystery religions that we don't know much about, but it is in the game. So this test run was about saying, well, if we're going to try and restore an old religion, let's do one that's got interesting history to it, because I might do this as an actual run at some point. So what I have been gradually doing, we are now in 974 and we started in 867, is I have gradually managed to take that one county presence down here and turn it into a roughly equivalent to modern Afghanistan kingdom. And this is where our efforts to try and work out how cheap we can get religious conversion come in. Because if you remembered earlier, and you'll have seen it on the last time I did a stream, the undiscounted cost of converting to a dead religion is normally about 120,000 piety, as we talked about earlier. So let me show you how far I've managed to get that cost down in this run so far. So I'm just over 110 years in.
Back again, whoop whoop D.
Drubray, thank you very much for the subscription. Oh look, we've hit a hype train. Yay, I suppose. Don't feel like you have to be part of hype trains, people. Ignore the hype. But right, I'm going to do a quick test. Wait, why we are Sartre right now? These are interesting things you need to think about. So here you go, chat. Just throw me some numbers in chat. Remember, the undiscounted cost of converting to a dead religion, like Zunbilism, for a regular character is normally about 120,000 piety. How far down, how much do you think I've managed to get that reduced to so far? So it's less. So what is the current cost, you think, if I wanted to convert this character to Zunbilism, a dead religion right now, how far do you think I've managed to get the cost down to? Some good guesses going in. So we got 50k, 70k, 30, 40 to 50, 35. You got a lot of faith in me there, Yads. 25k, $1 billion, good guess. Right, let me put you out of your misery. If I was to convert, or try and convert, to Zunbilism with this character right now, remembering that the undiscounted cost on this is 120k, I've got it down to 36. And I can get it down further. So let me talk you through some interesting things, and before we start just having a chill play as I try and carry on and get this down. So absolutely spot on to Kermideka. My speaking leet is not as good as it once was. As to how far we've got it down, and actually why this number isn't, you were indeed close, why this number isn't as low as I thought it should be, and why it's not that low. And this is about understanding the game mechanics. So, if we hover over this, this is going to tell you all the things that I've done, but I'm going to just tell you them first things first. In fact, you were really close. Let me do something quickly. If it'll actually work. Which it's not actually going to do. I was going to gift you a sub, but it doesn't want to let me. No idea why. It doesn't want to let me. So, things that can reduce your cost. So, Lycopolis spotted that I'm a Sartre, and we'll come back to that one. Well, we'll come back in a couple of ways, but the first thing we'll note is I needed to get myself to an unreformed religion. Because unreformed religion to another unreformed religion, a dead religion, is cheaper than trying to convert from a reformed religion. So the main thing I was going to have straight away is I needed an unreformed religion. Now, if you watch tutorial videos on this and everything else, they'll talk about creating your own religion to do it. And as I've said, I didn't want to create our own religion. I want to use what's in the game. So I needed a decent unreformed religion that had tenets that were similar, where possible, to Zunbalism, because you also get a minor discount for if you have tenets already that are similar to the religion you're converting to. It's only 25%, but this stuff is going to add up. So Asatru was attractive for that reason, or one of that reason, but it's not the only reason it's attractive. And we'll return to the other reason it's attractive in a minute. The other reasons I wanted to get, things we're looking at, are that it is absolutely critical, and we haven't got it at the moment, which is why I say we can get these things further, but our aunt did, and all of our other characters, apart from this one we're now playing, because we had a bit of a dynastic kind of crisis, had it. Cynical. Cynical gives you a faith conversion cost of -20. So I need to get when we get to the run or the moment where we try and push for this, I need to get my character to have -20 on top of that, because then they'll get another discount. So we're going to get -20 from being cynical. There is a perk which we can unlock on the learning path, which is apostate, which is going to give us a faith conversion cost of -75. And so those are things we can get a character to have, which will help. So we can get both of those things in, and that's going to help getting us converted. And remember, when I say I can get this lower, this character has neither of those traits at the moment, because she has actually just come of age. She's our 16-year-old Queen Althridir of this. The other thing I wanted to do, by the way, and I've had to convert, is Norse, which ties in with the Asatru thing, and I'll show you this for reasons why, is I've wanted to keep Afghan alive, because I want us to be able to convert back to Afghan at the moment we convert to the religion, because we want to stay proper. See, Lycopolis is starting to ask the right questions. So why did I also want to be Norse Asatru? Right. If you're Norse Asatru, you get access to the Adventure Legacy. Notice we have been unlocking bits of the Adventure Legacy. Notice that the third one on the Adventure Legacy is called Strange Gods. Strange Gods gives you a faith conversion of -50%. Once I unlock that, I'm going to get another discount on being able to convert to Zunism. So there are 3 extra things that we have yet to activate that aren't kicking in. We have yet to activate faith conversion -50%. We have yet to get the extra 20% from being a cynical character, and we've yet to get the additional, is it 20%, 5%? Might be more than that. -75% from being an apostate. you will notice that there's a little bit of my territory down here. This is because lurking down in this province down here is Chanderi. Chanderi has an empty special building slot. Chanderi has a building slot which is Temple City. Temple City, when you build it, gives you faith conversion cost minus 20% as the holder. There is in fact one more building in the game, one more special building that does this, which you might have to take, but I'd rather not. But it is going to be useful if we're doing this. I'd like to be able to take it without doing that, because floating over here in Wiltshire, is it Wiltshire? It's one of these frickin' outside the M25 places. There it is. Is Stonehenge. Stonehenge also gives you a faith conversion cost of minus 20%. Good afternoon, Kilmantronics. So, what we're looking at is, what are the things that can reduce our faith conversion cost? Now, you should be looking at those percentages, and you will probably be thinking like I did. To go, well, actually, once you start adding up all those percentages, numbers come down very fast. But they kind of don't. And this is why I've been doing these, and why I do these test runs off stream, is because sometimes what Paradox say is the maths isn't the maths. And I don't mean that as a criticism, I just mean that's how it works. So if I click Convert to Faith and hover over this, you can see everything that's coming in at the moment. So you can see that I'm getting minus 35 because it is an existing faith, even though it's dead. I'm getting minus 25 because both faiths are pluralists, so that was why I wanted to be a Sartre and get in that. I'm getting a discount from my learning cost, which I could increase by being better at learning. Now, beyond that, it's then got plus 50% for being a feudal ruler. Well, that's fine. We can get rid of that because we can flip back to being a clan. There are reasons I had to convert to being feudal, using our old trick for converting to feudalism. Because when I first started playing as this specific ruler, the issue was primarily that we were going to need a contract that would allow us to be a different religion under another ruler. So I needed the protection of a feudal contract. But we could convert back to being a clan now, and it wouldn't affect us, because we're the king. So we can get rid of that one. Converting to a different religion is 100%, and then converting to a dead religion is 500%. But if you look at that undiscounted doctrine cost of 540, and someone who is far better than maths at me can actually try and work this out, you can see that that maths doesn't work. Or I don't think it works. Or rather, it doesn't work if it's applying them as percentages each time. We could totally flip to tribal. We could totally flip to tribal to do it. Wizards845, welcome to the stream. So yeah, one of you in chat, because you are all far more intelligent people, will probably be able to confirm this for me, but I don't think that maths works if those figures are being applied relatively. Like, it just doesn't. Like, if you took 5,400, multiplied it by 0.9, then multiplied that by 0.65, then multiplied that result by 0.75, and then multiplied the resulting results by 50%, 500 and 100, or by essentially by 1.5, 5 and what, does it add up? Because this is the thing, I can't work out whether it adds up or not. This is the thing. I think Kilmatronics do, they just add up. And that's what the game doesn't really tell you. Greetings, rockers. When you see this box, you think of these things as being relative costs, and they're not. What it's actually doing is it's taking, and I'm pointing at my screen, but you can't see it. It's taking 5,400 and going, right, okay, we'll work out what minus 10% of 5,400 is, and then we'll take that off. Then it's going converting to an existing faith. Okay, we'll work out what minus 35% of 5,400 is, and we'll take that off. Then it takes that off. Then it works out what that times what 5,400 times 50% with an extra 50% is, and adds that on. So it's subtractive and additive. It's not relative. And that's why the cost is still this high, even though we can't get it any lower. So what that does mean is it means we can kind of work out now what the actual total cost, the lowest you can get the total cost to be in the game is. Because I know that we're going to get the extra 50% off, so we're going to lose another, what, 2,700 off of that. So someone, again, who's better at maths than me can work this out. But we know that for Strange Gods, it's going to give us another 50% discount. So that's going to knock off another 2,700. We are going to lose another 75% off of that by being an apostate. So that's going to be another, what, 4k off of it? So we're going to be able to get another 2.7, let's say 6.5k, let's say 6.2k off of that. Then if we're cynical as well, we're going to get another 25% discount. So that's going to take off another 1,000 or so. And then we're going to get, on top of that, you first sum up all the bonuses and penalties, add 100%, multiply by original, and done. So this is the thing, is I'm trying to work out what the actual lowest we can get it to be is going to be. Because we're going to have another minus 75% on top of this, we're going to have another minus 50% on top of this, and we're going to have another minus 25% on top of this. So yeah, so maths is not my thing. I am a historian and a coder, so I'm very good at variables and algebra, and I'm terrible at actual maths. So I reckon the lowest we're going to get that down to is about 25k. I think that is the minimum it's going to go down to, but we'll see. But anyway, let's play some game. So, on the basis that we're probably going to get... Actually, well, let's remember what I'm trying to do here. And what I'm trying to do here is... So, just to give you the background, this kingdom has been prospering reasonably well. But our big issue is cash generation, because we really need to be generating some cash. 25, 20, and 70... 25, 50, and 75. And lose the negative 50. Let's bring that up again for you quickly. So I reckon we can lose the feudal rule of 50% off of that. And then we're going to get further discounts of 25% for being cynical. So I think that's 25. Sorry, 20% for being cynical. 75% for getting an apostate. And another 50% discount for strange gods that we get for being Norse. So we're going to lose a plus 50, and we're going to gain a minus 50, a minus 75, and a minus 25. Nice. Cheers, Sheep's Calories. So there you go. So 26,000 is probably the lowest we can get it. Maybe slightly lower if we take Stonehenge as well. So if we stuck another 20% discount on top of that, that to me would be the absolute minimum lowest we can get it. And I think that is as low as you possibly can get it in the game to convert legitimately to do it. Well, so the big initial challenge, frankly, let me just sort some stuff out and then we'll chat as I'm playing. So, just to give you the background, we had a bit of a catastrophic kingdom collapse when Daddy died, because it turned out that our primary heir, who we were setting up to be semi-decent, decided to run off, join the Varangian Guard, and then get himself brutally injured, and died within a day of taking over, with no sons, so I had to do a frantic bit of daughter culling. To make sure that we ended up with a decent ruler, and she inherited at age 13, or age 8 actually. So I had to do some betrothals and everything else to stabilise the kingdom because we were massively over our domain limit while that was going on, and fight off some rebellions, which is annoying because we'd actually got the treasury up to about 2k. But it does mean we're still betrothed to this literal waste of space. And the only reason we betrothed to him was because we wanted the troop numbers. And I think we can break that now. So let's just do that, and I'll play it on 2 while we're talking. So goal here is, because the main problem we've got is we're a Norse kingdom surrounded by a lot of non-Norse kingdoms. So we need to make sure in troop numbers we can beat all of these guys when we need to. The other big challenge, and this is the challenge, is doing this as a Zunbil and converting to a Sartre and Norse culture when we're there and Norse is over here was a bit of a challenge. And essentially the short way to do it is I had to piggyback to kingdoms up here so I could get some Diplo range on Kiev and grab someone from Kiev to educate one of my kids to turn them into Norse and a Sartre, and then I just gave up the territory. Which was a challenge. Now, we're actually not badly off as a ruler here. We are reasonably stable. It was mostly about just getting, like, looking at the carriage ranges and just finding anyone who was in range. And at the time, for whatever reason, by the time you get stable enough as the Zunbil, with a couple of provinces to be able to even just think about pushing that way, the problem you instantly hit is a whole bunch of the territory around here is already converted. Like, they've stopped being Norse. By the way, here is my new favourite kingdom in the game that we will do a run as at some point. Behold the Kingdom of Karen. The land of Karens, the Karens Amorites, of the Karen dynasty. We would change that motto to, as someone suggested on Twitter, I wish to speak to the Emperor. So we will do a Karen run at some point. Yeah, can you not do that? You can join our court. So, we're plodding along as a kingdom. We have good-ish troop numbers. We're holding on in terms of core territory to this territory here, which is our economic duchy. So we're building that up slowly. And this is kind of our primary duchy for troop numbers. So it's the one that's got capital in. So we could actually do with building some more troop buildings here, I think. Anything that gives us more levies. It's camelry. In terms of our troops, we have a badass mix of military troops. So when we take to the field with our men-at-arms, we are rolling with light horsemen, camel riders, onagers, light footmen, and Varangian veterans. And I think we might get rid of them and replace them with some actual decent Huskarls now. Tempted to get rid of the light horsemen as we got camels. They do essentially the same thing. Well, if we're doing Karens, I think we would go Zoroastrian. Accusations of witchcraft, bloodstained cloth, crow's feathers, strange smelling concoctions. This is the evidence presented to me. Do we want the stewardship? We would get some stress and upset peasants. I think we will take the stewardship. Stretch goal, get elephants. Yeah, I know, we could. But yeah, we've got Norse and camel riders. And I'm tempted to get rid of the light horse when we've got the money to do it. Just for the fun and memes. Like, what else could we get at the moment? There's no other interesting ones. We could get some Bondi. We probably want to replace them with some Bondi or some Vigmen. But yeah, so we are camel riding Norse warriors at the moment. So this is our military province. This is our eco province, because this province has a nice mix where you get some of the desert plantations and you can also get the crop fields. But back to our underlying problem. What I had originally hoped was that the discounting was relative, because I was pretty certain that if the discounting was relative, I could just get the actual cost of converting to a dead religion down to a maximum of about 3k in terms of piety, which is a piece of piss in game. 26k piety in one lifetime is going to be a stretch. And again, I'm totally open to other ideas from chat as to how we can get that much fricking piety in a single lifetime as an unreformed religion when we can't do holy wars. Now, my instincts is the obvious way of getting that amount of piety is we're going to want to control a bunch of piety buildings, because we're going to want to be able to generate like amounts of piety. So if you think about how much piety we can generally generate, we can go on a pilgrimage. We can do that every what? 10 years? Is pilgrimage 10 years or 15 years? I can't remember. So pilgrimage is going to get us what? 350 piety every 15 years. Okay, so 15 years for a pilgrimage. Pilgrimage is what? Maximum 350 piety? I think it's 350 piety, isn't it? Like, if we do the top level pilgrimage, 375, cool. So, let's assume that we manage to rule for 60 years. So let's assume we manage to rule for 60 years from the age of 16 onwards. So we'll have to work hard to set up a ruler who is starting with the cynical trait, ideally a genius for the learning boosts, and a learning person. We're going to have 60 years to generate as much piety as we can. So we're going to be able to fit in 4 pilgrimages in that time. So that's going to give us 375 by times 4. So whoever did the maths earlier, I'm declaring you the official keeper of my maths on all of this. So we're going to get 4 times 375. So we're going to get 1500 from that. Where's my music gone all of a sudden? We do need a calculator bot in here. We're going to get 1500 piety max. And let's be generous. Like, as you say, Kretsu, like, I think if you do go on a long trip, you can get more. In this one, that might be possible, because our pilgrimage sites are up here. So we might try a test in a minute to see how much we can actually get from, like, just going all the way over there to, say, there from Zunbil. We're not going to have that benefit, though, from being around here. The other thing we're going to need to do is get our lifestyle perks maxed out. If we go Theologian, we're going to get a ton of events. We will probably get about... this isn't Iron Man, so we could, if I'd rebooted it with console turned on, we could do stuff, but, you know, it's not as fun. We could max out all of this to get our piety generation going up, with good learning as well. So if we had a character that was maxed out on Genius on learning, let's say that we're going to generate, what, 20 piety a month? 25 piety a month? Like, if we can get piety generation up to 25 piety a month, that's 25 times 12 times 60. And that's going to be another chunk of piety we can get. So 25 times 12 times 60. On our stewardship one, by the way, we're going down administrator because we need the stuff. Cynical gives us a hit on generating our piety, but I reckon without that I can still get it up to 25 a month. This is 25%. It's 20% discount, but we can counteract that with buildings and controlling buildings of the faith. So that's going to give us 18k. So 18k plus 1,500 is going to give us 19.5. let's assume we get, because we're going to be on the party track for most of the game, let's assume we get a whole bunch of random events. We get a bunch of random events that are going to kick in. No, let's price the random events into that 18k, because we need to be conservative on this. Again, good mouthwash. Not too long ago I discovered a good mouthwash recipe. It uses wine as its main ingredient and mixes it with various herbs, including cinnamon and mint. The taste is rather pleasant, and rinsing with it every day is said to keep one's mouth healthy. I had 20 a month with my Indian ruler who was educated in diplomacy. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is I think it's possible to do. So let's price in random events, because we're gonna need to spend some. The herbalists and physicians of Chanderi have become famous in recent times for the quality of their herbs, made used in various months. We should, yeah, we should support this work. So let's say we're going to get 1800 off of random events and just generally being good at generating piety whilst also being cynical. Oh, looked up, for Chanderi you have to be Eastern religion. It doesn't say that, but maybe it's true. Teach them the superiority of Norse culture. But it's possible. This is why I'm pricing in various things about conversion stuff. Oh no, there you go. The holder must be of Eastern religious family. That's only to build it. That's easy to jinx around. We can get around that to build it. Just depends on whether it stays activated or not. Tommy Ench has hit the other way we can do with this. There is something peculiar about my spymaster Yalmunda. It's the way it smells. I am not starting a seduction scheme against my spymaster. He is a good spymaster, but we're not doing it. And so yeah, Tommy Ench has hit on the other way, which is why we need to get good cash generation that we can do it. Which is by building temples. So building temples will do it as well. So if we build temples, we'll get 500 piety for each temple we build. So, but the trick is, and I've tested this, you have to be the direct liege lord when the temple completes for you to get the piety, or it goes to whoever was it. So we're going to need to do a lot of bait and switch temple building. So if we were doing it on this Zoom build run, for example, we could build 1, 2, in terms of provinces we control already. Raised voices. In terms of provinces we actively control, we could build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So at the moment we could build 6. But we could always conquer stuff, build, then switch to another one. So I'm working on the basis that we could build within a lifetime, remembering these take 5 years to build and we've got to hold the provinces while we build them. I think with planning and ease we could easily build, say, 10 of those. Like we could conquer, take, do it and everything else. So let's say 10. So that's going to give us another 5k of piety. So now we're starting to push into the region where it's possible. The other reason I want to do this from a Sartru is because we have 2 other things we can do from being a Sartru, which is if we sacrifice people, we're going to get piety for sacrificing people. So we can do a bunch of frickin' raiding, take people prisoner, sacrifice them, and bosh, we're going to hit the piety total. So let's say we can get up to 2k piety from just murdering people. And yeah, as Country Gal Laura says, we can do grand blots. Grand blots are going to get us piety. So we're going to be able to get like proper murder disco level stuff. Vassal levy contribution up, please. We'll gain things. Hey, look, I am all in favour. If someone wants to spreadsheet this for me, so that we've got a spreadsheet we can use as we're doing this as a legit run. Because we're going to do this with the Arthurian run, I think. So this is my test game for it to play stuff out. But we're going to do this legit with the Arthurian run. Athreldir, you are a great warrior, but do your enemies truly fear you? Ansgar says. I've seen Ansgar work himself into an inhuman fury. Do you want to be a berserker? Let's be a berserker. We sit by the fire, enchanting words of great power. I grit my teeth and close my eyes. Shivers run through my body. Something is stirring inside of me, embracing me. I wake from my frenzy, Ansgar by my side. You summoned a truly impressive rage. Those logs stood no chance. Ansgar dream. I can't wait for the next battle. Does Berserker give us a boost in Piety? Doesn't, just Dread. So we got 2 more things going for us as Norse that we can put towards this. One of which is Grand Blots, because we're a Sartru. And killing as many people as we possibly can, which we're going to need to do anyway, because that's just part of the whole thing of doing this. Like, we just murder. And let's say that we're getting... So we average... Let's say we average 25 piety for killing a person, overall. That allows for some people that are only 10, but allows for occasionally when we manage to capture someone who's 100. So let's say that if we're averaging 25 piety for killing people, there's no point hunting them down myself. We'll try that one. Humble depends on your traits, so we are going to want to try and do traits that align themselves. I had a dream where I came into a realm of light and nothing but light. Light was everywhere and all I could see, yet this did not frighten me. If anything, I felt at peace with the compost. I feel invigorated and at ease. Faction, which one? Peasant rabble. Yeah, whatever. So let's say we're averaging 25 piety for killing a person. We want to get... Let's say we want to get 2k piety out of that. We're going to have to kill, what, 80 people? Which isn't that out of the realm of question. You'll see a lot of new events, because I'm actually playing in mod terms with the Viet events mod, because this isn't vanilla. Would you get more piety events from Witchcast? Potentially, but doesn't it give you a piety dip? Doesn't it need a piety, give you a piety generation dip? So when we do this as an actual run, we won't be doing it with mods on, because I want to just prove that you can do it in base game with no mods. So we don't want extra piety events kicking in. So let's say we're going to get 2k. We want to get 2k from murdering people. That's useful. We can do that. We also, if we conquer territory and do various things, we can just raise runestones. So let's say we manage to raise 5 runestones in our lifetime. That's going to give us another 350 piety each, times 5, which is, what, 1,750-ish? I think. So to summarise, we're looking at trying to generate 2k from murdering people, 1,750 from runestones. We're looking to raise 10 churches for 5k. We're looking at a bunch of grand blots and a bunch of things which you can do periodically. Let's say we get 3k out of grand blots. So enjoy Sunday and see you again soon. Enjoy Germany. As always, I like Germany. Hopefully over there in March. So I think this is in the range of doable. Like I reckon you can. I reckon theoretically, if I really pushed for it and I had the money to do it, I reckon I could get 33k. I should be over there in March. Probably current plan is probably do a few days in Lake Constance because I want to go to the Zeppelin Museum and the wife wants to go swimming, and the Dornier Museum's down there as well. And then she's probably gonna go home, but I'm gonna probably hit Berlin for a few days. Get train over to Berlin. So yeah, so we're theoretically well above what we need, I think, but what we're not above is money, and money is going to be the problem. Because doing all of this stuff generates money. To build 10 temples, we're going to need 5k in the bank. Just for those temples. because we're not going to be able to focus on the discount costs. We're going to have to push heavy on the theologian path, because we're going to need to get as much piety generation as possible. I am not coming to Stockholm around Easter anymore because GothCon's been cancelled, which is really annoying. So I'm not currently planning on doing Stockholm, sadly, this year. I might try and get over in the autumn, but I'm meant to be going to Washington and New York in the autumn, so it depends. But yeah, so all of this pulled together works. We've got to... Romania is on my list. I really would like to go to Romania at some point. So in testing, Asatra worked out better than Quare Bon. I think it does if you want to do it pure. Like, Quare Bon is good if you're planning on cheesing it. If you're trying to roleplay it and do it, like, in a realistic gameplay way, I think Asatra is better. Start with the kid educated on the scholarship track and reset perks if necessary. Yeah, I think what we'd look to do, or how we'll look to do this, is we almost want to make sure it's a ruler like this ruler, where they actually take over as a kid, or we manage to cheese it so they take over just as they come of age. Because we want a ruler from the age of 16 who's absolutely going hammer and tongs for it. Vigdis is known for growing. I don't really want gardens. I have other plans for that money. So, as I say, I think it's doable, but it's cash. Cash is going to be the thing. So we're going to need... If we're building 10 temples across multiple provinces, we're going to need 5k for that. If we're doing a pilgrimage every 5 years, that's going to cost us 300 a time. So we're going to need another 1,200 for that. So that's 6,200. So it's not out of the realms of possibility, but it still is plenty of cash. It is still plenty of cash. Because he's still tribal. Converting back to tribal is not a problem if we need to. Converting back to tribal is absolutely not a problem. Never, a peasant's lot is to serve their lord. Let's kill these peasant troops, and then I will explain to those who don't know how to convert back to tribal from being feudal. Because it is easier than you'd think. Bloody peasants. We need men at arms for this. I wonder how much a new expansion is going to screw up those maths. This is where it's going to get interesting, and why I didn't want to do it until the new expansion is out. Because one of the fun things we're doing is the first one is we get to explore how, if there's any cultural mechanics that are either going to make that worse or better. Because I did actually start making a video of this run and how to do it, and I was like, nah, hang on, they've got the DLC coming out soon, so let's do it as a vid post run, post DLC. Because, as I say, remember, we can kill people for piety, so, like, you know, bosh, 50 piety, job done. Right. And actually, on that note, the other thing we'll want, and it'll build in, is we want to get consecrate the bloodline before we start doing it. Because that's just going to give us, like, some nice traits that are going to help. Disband, be cool. Because the downside of doing this in this area, which we're not going to have when we do it up here, is this area is shit at money generation because dev is really low. So that's why I'm only generating relatively low cash. My first run is going to try and merge Norse and Gaelic cultures. Well, this is essentially kind of what we're going to end up doing. But we're going to want to create Romano-British. So, how to convert from feudal back to tribal or from feudal to clan. So, I haven't been on pilgrimage with this character. We could go on pilgrimage with this character. Should we go on a pilgrimage and see how much... This would be interesting to know is how much piety we get from this. So if we go like on the mega long one, this is an exceptionally long pilgrimage. How much piety do we get from this? Because as I say, this is a test run. We don't have any particular goals other than testing various things out. So when we try this properly next week, we know what we're doing. I mean, to be honest, now that they're actually loyal and our vassals aren't loying in, I kind of need admin. Unless we marry. We could marry and just murder our children. Let's go theology focus. Let's just... Because this is a good starting ruler, because we are young. Let's see how much we can generate with her on this. Because we still have one perk left on that. And actually what we probably want to do is take cutting cornerstones. See, I think we want both of those, don't we? I should have stayed on there. And got that before we flipped. Because building construction time would be really, really useful for our... Well, I'm not going to need it with this ruler because it's test. But that would be really, really useful for the having to build lots of churches. Because she's not going to get the piety from doing this. But we'd be interested to see how much we can push her to get piety. We do now need to find a spouse because we are over our domain limit. So let's find someone with traits. Any geniuses around that want to marry us? Hey look, it's our cousin Sunbil, Suni. Inbred, Schwinbred. Possibly a silly quick pilgrimage question, but I assume the amount of piety and or how often you do them depends on how long the pilgrimage. So the timing is always every 15 years, but the amount of piety you get is based on how long the pilgrimage is. That's our spy master as well. So. Don't want to stress. We'd spend piety for that. We would gain some dread. So dread is nice. We will take the dread. No, he's close to coming of age, so we will drive the bandits away. I'm going to take regular saves on this because, as I say, this is a test game, so we will bird it if we need to. So people were asking how to convert from tribal from... Yeah, fine, get in prison. 875 for a long pilgrimage. 875. So we can potentially do this with the Zunbil, definitely, if we got the money. Because if we're going to get 4 of them in a lifetime, that's a whole chunk. But the thing is, for our Arthurian run, it's going to max out at about 300, because it'll be a long pilgrimage, but it won't be a very long pilgrimage. Unless we did something mildly cheesy, like also took Sicily and moved our capital there. No, it wouldn't. It would still be a long one. So, how do you change from... Right, this is a really useful thing to know, and it's useful not just for what we're doing now. It's more useful for knowing if... So if you happen to, for example, be a clan. So let's say you're a clan ruler, which I think there's a few around here, and you want to go feudal. And there's no mechanism in the game at the moment for converting from a clan to a feudal directly. And you might want to go feudal because it gives you more benefits in terms of contract manipulation and everything else. To convert from being a clan to being feudal, or indeed from feudal to being tribal, The type of holding that you have, and that you will always have, is entirely dependent on what the first title you inherited was. So if you inherit a tribal kingdom before you inherit a feudal kingdom, it should by default keep you as tribal. If you inherit a feudal kingdom before you inherit a clan kingdom, you will become feudal from being a clan, and vice versa, I think. I've not tested it back, so we might want to test if it works going backwards. But to be honest, I think with the discounts we can work in, we're probably not even going to need it. We just need to push extra on Piety, because it doesn't stack in percentage terms. It's additive. So I don't think we'll need to worry about it, and I think feudal will be more useful to us because of the ability early in game to pledge fealty. But yeah, if you are a clan and you want to convert to feudal, what you need to do is have a kid with another ruler who is already feudal. Then make sure that that kid inherits your husband's title or your wife's title before they inherit yours. And if you do that, you'll instantly convert from being a clan to feudal or from being tribe to feudal without having to do any of the mechanics for doing so. Because every other title you inherit, the moment you inherit it, will become a feudal title. Definitely works for clan. I'm not sure whether it works for tribal because they've got a few more nuances on the tribal mechanics. So I just want to double check that. But it is 100% useful for going from clan to feudal, as there's no other way in the game of doing it. Feudal is massively superior, I completely agree. Clan, I think they will probably fill out more in later DLCs, so it might become more interesting and playable in later DLCs, in the same way as like they'll do republics at some point. But right now, it's not useful. So we could hold a grand block. We don't really have anyone to murder though, so maybe we should do some raiding first. Oh great, Muslims now have jihad, so that's going to be fun. We can get married, let's get married. Riddles are a beloved pastime among the Norse to all players. One particularly longsy day, my husband, King Suni, thinks to challenge me to a game. We probably shouldn't immediately throw our new husband in prison. Let's go with... we'll try it. So let's do some raiding. Because I'd at least like to see if we can get her up to being Paragon and then up to Religious Icon. Because if we can get her up to it, we know we can do it easily with another ruler. Because this is a good start to do it. I have accidentally converted from feudal back to clan in my Hafsfid run. As I moved to a clan county after I kicked out my Muslim clan vassal out, and then I died and my grandhaunt inherited as a clan ruler. Exactly. It always comes down to what you inherited first when it turned in terms of clan versus feudal. Which, as I say, is really, really handy to know if you want to do a clan start, but you want to get the extra flavour from being feudal. What de jure empire am I in? I don't think we're in a de jure empire because I custom created the kingdom. So I'm just taking a painkiller because my tooth is still killing me. Stage 1 of tooth operation was last week. Stage 2 is Wednesday. They want the city of Mappin. Where is Mappin? You can absolutely have city of Mappin. Doing a dosh. So, in de jure terms, and this was partly deliberate on my part again. Let's have a look. Oh no, technically we are part of Persia. We're still part of Persia. There is another way. You can convert to tribal by just doing a Varangian adventure war to a tribal place. Oh yeah, totally. No, you're absolutely right. That is the other way you can do it. If you're a feudal Viking and you want to go back to being tribal, just do a Varangian for a tribal place. And vice versa. If you're a tribal and you go for a feudal place, I think you convert to feudal when you take it over. I think. Heisteen is one of my favourite starts. You can do so much with them. So we are de jure part of Persia. So we could potentially form the Persian Empire if we were going to go big in this. But like, as it's a test run, I want it to be a relatively lazy run while we work stuff out. Right, we could build some temples then, because we now have enough cash. I vote we start building a temple. Or do we push for eco buildings? I mean, maybe we should push for eco buildings. So I wonder if... So what I'd be interested to know... So to build this building in Chanderi, we need to be of the Eastern religion family. But to use the building, do we have to get benefits from it? Because it's not always the case. It's not always the case. For example, over in Spain, you will find in one of these, is it Cordova, that gets the really cool building? Yeah, the Great Mosque of Cordova. Holder of this holding gets piety +5 per month. Development growth in the realm capital +2 months. Different culture opinion monthly renown up. Holding taxes +15%. Like that is the that is why that building you get benefits from regardless of whether you're Christian or Muslim. Like, it just needs to exist. So I wonder whether this building is the same. Like, I wonder whether Chanderi is the same. I.e., once it's built, whoever has the holding gets the benefit, which we might want to test. In real life, Heisteen took 200 prisoners from the Spanish Umayyad dynasty and conquered part of Sicily, an underrated Viking. Yeah, in some of the various myths, he's also pitched as a relative of Ragnar. So there's some kind of historical dispute, as much as there is about any of that kind of stuff. It's all slightly mythological. But there is a kind of, was he related to Ragnar, or did people just assume that because he was so badass, he had to have been related to Ragnar? But the Sicily stuff is actually, yeah, as Tommy Ench points out, you're right that he did, Heisteen did briefly conquer some of Sicily, but the Norman stuff comes from the de Hautevilles, who are absolute frickin' badasses. Is like, they just were absolute mercenaries, went over to Sicily, conquered a bunch of it under the various kings who were there, and then when those rulers in the local area, including the Pope, decided not to pay them, they kind of went, well, if you're not going to pay us, we're going to take some territory instead. One of the runs we will do at some point is, which is good fun to do if you've never done Founding Normandy. Founding Normandy is good fun. You need to control all of Normandy as Norse culture, and then you can found the Normans. Denvek, thank you very much for continuing your subscription. That's very good of you. But I think we will do, certainly when we get the new culture bits in, one of the runs we will do is we will just do Norman Crusader run, because the Normans in this area ended up being hugely influential in the various crusades that happened, like becoming Crusader rulers and everything else. The Normans were hugely influential in that. So I think what we will do is we will do a run where our goal is to become Normans, conquer Sicily, participate in every crusade, and at the end of each crusade to try and play as if we can get a Norman beneficiary, try and get it. Bohemond is in CK3 as well, and welcome to the chat. If you start in the later start date, he is one of the sons of Roger, because you start as Roger, and there's a couple of achievements for doing things as Roger that are really quite fun. So, but yeah, so I'm thinking we do a run where we play as the Normans, and we have to try and become the beneficiary of each crusade, and whenever we are, we have to start playing as the new ruler in that area and just see how far we can get by doing that. Yeah, I'm sure it's Roger. Isn't it Roger? Thingy the Fox. I might get my names mixed up. Remember, I'm slightly name blind. Robert the Fox. That's it. Roger's his brother. Normans as in Normandy, yes. To found Normandy as the Normans, you need to control, or to create the Norman culture. And I wonder if they'll change this in the new patch. You need to control the whole of what would now be Neustra as a Norse ruler. So you need to be the Duke of Neustra and have all of the counties under your remit as a Norse character. You don't have to be independent, you just have to control them. The easiest or the fun way to do it is you can do it, and people who've watched me on streams will have seen me do this. It's one of the first runs we did in CK3. If you start as Highstein, if you immediately get divorced, you can ally, you can marry Halfdan's daughter. If you marry Halfdan's daughter, you get an alliance with him that gives you another 4k troops on top of Highstein's, however many he starts with, and he starts with a decent amount at 4k as well. Which, if you are good at fighting and dodging, is enough to be able to beat the King of France and get the whole of Normandy. Isle of Man event is ultra overpowered. Yeah, we did. If you've not seen my female rulers Viking only take over the Byzantine Empire run, we started doing that by getting the Kingdom of Man, and it's OP, but it's also more limited than people think, because once you've got that kingdom title, that's the only de jure part of it. So it doesn't reduce rebellion in any of your other territories. You get really rebellious people. What was our decision? Are we building with this ruler? Let's carry on investing in money stuff. Picking up a single extra county is usually enough to have Halfdan accept your son marrying his daughter. I use him as a meat shield often. If you're playing as Highstein, check what perks you get when you start, because he always starts with something on the martial lifestyle. If you have got promising prospects, if you got gallant, you've got promising prospects, you don't need it if you want to just marry her yourself. You can just marry her. And she's got decent traits, she's quick, so you can actually just pop out new kids, which is useful. And you can also always reset perks and just get onto the promising prospects. I've come across a book describing how ancient devotees uses trance and visions of ecstasy to commune with Asgard. Seems a strange practice in our modern age, but perhaps there's something to be learned. Yeah, let's do it. Let's give it a go. Locked in a room, strange powders on a burning fire provided overpowering heat, smoke, and smells as I tried to feel the things that lie beyond the world of senses. I do not know how much time passed before strange, indecipherable visions of light and pulsing sounds came to me. Was it my imagination or a glimpse of the divine? Is there even any way to tell? King Charles will try and kill you for sure. Get a decent spy master of your religion as priority. 100% agree. Charles will try and kill you. Like, the hardest thing with a Highstein start is surviving Charles's inevitable attempt to kill you. So yeah, decent spy master. Or again, if you marry Saga, you actually find sometimes she spawns with high what do you call it, intrigue. So you can put her, if you put her points into supporting it, it'll help. Sana Hendren, thank you very much for the subscription. Yeah, we did. It was the second female ruler. Yeah, she had a brother who was just like a berserker, like one-armed berserker with an eye patch, who just murdered everyone, got everyone pregnant, including when we had him in prison. He just managed to somehow impregnate someone. He was the most gloriously Viking. Let's continue to experiment. I don't think this one leads to witchcraft, but it might give us a perk. There you go, we get Wise Woman, which is learning +1, so that was absolutely worthwhile. So, we can negotiate an alliance with you, which is probably not a bad idea. Oh no, someone is plotting to kill Ger. Who cares? We can ransom Countess Bjorg, so let's ransom her. That's building. Let's carry on eco-pushing, because we're going to need the money. I'll tell you what we want to test. We want to test Chandera out. She is greedy, fickle and lazy and an insightful thinker. I mean, let's go with that, but I don't think any of those are really her. Yeah, Cayman Islio, you want to have a look at my Araka run, which is all up on YouTube. That's the one where it was start as Araka, conquer the whole of the Spanish Empire as female rulers only, without starting any wars. It's up on my YouTube channel. I won't spoil the ending. But yeah, good run that. And that's the one where the Africa one was fun, but it is long. It is a long run. That's up on YouTube as well. Right. Let's do some raiding. Let's raid some people, because we can raid. So let's... we'll just do it with men-at-arms. And we only want to raid people who aren't going to murder us. So let's just double check what our raiding route is before we do that. Around there. The other nice thing about being Norse down here is no one's been raiding down here. So raid those three. Raid. Raid. So we can raid all our minor neighbours. No, it's all comments is welcome. The other thing is that I always think on the basis of is that I've been playing, I have lots of hours in this game, but I'm always learning something new. That's the beauty of all these Paradox games, is I think you're always learning something new. So there's always a chance you'll tell me something I don't know. And I don't mind people answering other people's questions in chat as long as they're accurate. When they're not accurate, I tend to get annoyed. Well, not annoyed, but I'll tell them to stop doing it. Right. So let's do some raiding. But yes, I strongly suspect from what you're saying that you might enjoy checking out my YouTube channel and seeing just some of our past runs. What am I doing? Raiders. Raiders. Let's raid some raiders. So let us set our rally point to here. Let's raise all men-at-arms. We'll do the raiding with our men-at-arms. Yeah, fine. Who's commanding? Are we commanding this? Because we want to be commanding this. My daughter and heir! When the first contraction started, a great calm came over me. There was no room for my worries from before. I was about to perform one of Freya's greatest miracles. After a long but glorious struggle, I brought forth a perfect little daughter. One day, child, you will carry on my legacy. What name would befit a queen? You can tell this was not written by someone who's actually done the real thing. True. Oh, baby! I feel like she should get a good name. That's likely our heir unless we pop out a boy who's better. She does seem like a bit of a Freya, doesn't she? So we were raiding while pregnant. Because our party generation's 4.8 already, which is not bad. Yeah, Herculean. Raid or trade? As my troops and I prepare to sack the lands of Sabzivar, our first scouts report back. It seems the local towns are rich, but many are heavily fortified, and we could well be caught out by vengeful armies before we can break into the juiciest targets. All is not lost. The art of good raiding is all in exploiting opportunity, and we could perhaps arrange trade and tribute in exchange for staying our blades. Yes, we probably could make money trading. Pillage it anyway. Bring me bounteous plunder. Right, learning pace. We probably do want to push for restraint. We're going to want pedagogy, because we are intelligent, so we can ward for ourselves. So maybe before we push down these, we should take pedagogy. We should take restraint, actually. Let's push for restraint first. Because I think we want to be able to embrace celibacy if we get a spare heir. Because that daughter is frighteningly good, and we don't want to be putting a lot of effort into not having her inherit. Right, the other thing we're going to do is we're going to test out Chanderi. So I want to know if this building works if you're of a different religion. That's what I want to know. I'm not sure if it's good for party generation in Norse or in Asatru. So the way we're going to do that, because this blocks us from building it, but it's only blocking us because we're not of the holder must be of the Eastern religious family. So we just need to grant this to someone who isn't Norse. So Shaivism is an organised Hindu faith. I assume Shaivism is of the relevant Eastern religious group, isn't it? Like, I assume it is. No, I'll only get unless I can type it here. Because I think it'll do it with culture groups. I'm not sure it'll do it with religions. Like, is that Eastern or is it Southern? Hindu is Eastern. Look, it says Eastern group there. Right, let's give it to Furhan here. And we are going to give you the county of Chanderi. That costs a bit more because we're not getting our discount, but we're not far off it already. As I say, we want to test it. We need a new good steward. Our spy master would make an excellent steward, but he's got 32 as a spy master, so we don't want to lose him from that. We could just give it to Agzar. Or we make... You're a terrible Chancellor, so let's actually make you a decent steward. And do me some more cultural conversion on our core land. And then that means we can appoint you as our Chancellor. Even though you're insane, you can go out there and do Chancellor things. But anyway, yeah, no, VTuber. Yeah, I do actually have a VTuber model, I just don't use it. I haven't bothered to sort my camera out for it. But I probably should. We're raiding, aren't we? Carry on raiding. So we need a bit more cash before we can build that temple there and see if we then get a discount. Because we'll take it back off of him. So we can raid all of these minor kingdoms, it's not a problem. And then we'll hold a murder disco. Because it's useful to us to know how much piety we can generate via a murder disco as well. No, no ransoms. Because our raiding options will be more limited. Guards, put him in prison. Him will release. Mayor Bjorn you can pay to get out of prison. The loathsome fiend. No, it's literally OBS crashing. Like, I get the crash notice from OBS. It's very annoying. What I actually need to do is export the log entry it creates and put it on the forums so they can have a look. So we've already raided that, have we? So what else can we raid around here? We can raid there. We now have enough gold to... Was that what we were researching? Because we should be ahead of Norse culture. Give me city planning. Oh, we're not. The king, they're still around. We've all got it in for OBS, yeah. My prisoner Bjorg has given birth to a son. Since the little one is part of the Zumbil dynasty, he should be given a good name. What? Why are you in prison? Why have we imprisoned our brother's wife? Concubine of Jarl. Oh, okay, yeah, no, fine. Oh, he doesn't want her back. Do you want your baby back? I can give you your baby back. Right, see, he doesn't want his concubine back. He's like, no, you can keep her. But he does want his baby back. Give me my baby back, baby back, baby back. Which is very odd. Clown College Clown! Thank you to follow. I hope your study is going well at Clown College. I hope it's going good. Right, that's shut down a load of background processes. So let's just make sure that that should hopefully make sure it's not anything lurking dangerously in the background. Does naming a fishy leader accompany? No, it doesn't, and I should probably turn that off. Let me log into Stream Elements. So, naming fishy leaders is for Stellaris. In fact, what I should be turning on is the murder ones. Let me do your community bits. Viewer rewards. Channel points. So you don't have named fishy leaders today. You do have random book. You've got infamy and no for me, and histofact. There you go, they're all turned on. They are all back on for you. Where were we? Raiding. Go raid. Spy Master. We need to replace our Spy Master. We can make it this good. We don't want to convert him though. Because he is the person who holds the territory that we want to build in. Which we're going to do now. Construct. That's going to take 6 years. So what we want to test in 6 years is whether when we take that territory back off of the ruler of that area, does it allow us to use it? Is it only a restriction on building it rather than a restriction on using it? You can come back in because we've done some good bit of raiding there. A town in Kabul is the recent scene of some unfortunate happenings. There has been heated debate about a local issue in one larger town that is too irrelevant for my attention, but it was contentious enough that two people presented at a recent meeting of various notables came to blows over it. Blows! Blows, I say. We could send in some troops. Well, we've got plenty of prestige. We'll spend prestige. Hamlets are constructed. So we can disband you. So we can now hold a grand blot. So this is worth us doing. We can also hold Mystical Communion, which we should be doing. I completely forget that we've not been doing this. These are going to cost us piety, so we wouldn't necessarily want to do this in our actual run. A 300 learning lifestyle. Giving that boost early on is probably useful though. We've only got 7. We could flip our personal deity actually and go... So we could go Piety per Dread and just murder a lot of people. Because we chose it once though, we'd have to spend Piety to do it. I think with the rule that we would do this with, we'd go with Piety per Dread. Because if we're going to kill a lot of people anyway, doesn't matter. So we're going to do this in Death Rebirth. So use your Murder Disco emotes if you have them. Every Lord and Commoner in the Kingdom we could invite. We're not far off the gold for it. I think we'll go all the Freemen. No, not spiders, Murder Discos. I think that's a tier 1. Did I tier 1 Murder Disco? Or is Murder Disco tier 2? Oh, sorry, yeah, no, you need tier 2 to use Murder Disco. I will Murder Disco for you all. There you go. Have some Murder Discos. I could probably... Actually, we've got the slots for it. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll demote that to a tier 1 during the week. Because if we're going to be doing a Viking run, essentially for this, and a Sartre run for this, we're going to have a lot of Murder Discos. I will demote Murder Disco to a tier 1 emote in the week. So that you've got one. Right, so we need to designate God, it's a long time since I had to designate a prisoner for thingy. So, who are we designating? She is royal, isn't she? Oh, don't we need to decide first that... the news on noses, I just need to get round to asking Levi to do them. I've just been so busy at work, it's just not really been an option. Once I get past the virtual battlefield tour today, I can do that. So, I think we need the decision on whether it's a human sacrifice one first, which we'll get shortly. How are we losing money? Because we really shouldn't be. How are we losing money? Oh yeah, we're probably replenishing troops, you're right. Because we used our men-at-arms, so that's fine. Minor panic. So we could have done it with levies. Maybe we should have done it with levies. Yeah, there we go. We're back to 14. So we're fine. We should be getting more Grand Blot events. There we go. Tradition matters. The gods shall taste human blood. Or we go that one, which we would gain a lot more piety for it. So 250 baseline off of our Grand Blots. See, this is the other thing we think too. We're not going to generate 18k's worth of piety, because we're not going to start by generating 20. We're going to move up to it. I think we kind of want to see what's the maximum piety we can get her generating, because that'll be a good guide to how much we could get someone generating. I absolutely did not gain that much gold because I'm still in that much debt. We didn't designate a chief sacrifice. We still got time. We should have. Designate sacrifice. So, the temple is filled past bursting with happy cheering Asatrans, all roaring as a pack of fearsome-looking prisoners and magnificent livestock are marched to the altar. The first sacrifice thrashes ferociously as the Godar throttles his life away, the light in his eyes lasting till the first animal is slaughtered. Human corpses to the hanging tree, animals to the cooking fires. All gore is collected in a bowl, and Godar use it to paint the walls of the temple inside and out. Truly a spectacle worthy of the gods. Doesn't really matter which one we want to do with this. Time to rub shoulders with the common muck. Oh, we have a secret tome. We'll do it for the learning unlock. Give me pedagogy. Yeah, I agree that the event, it should be part of the generation. We didn't get our money for capturing that person, which is really annoying. Oh no, we did. It's because we lost money and then got it back. Yeah, you'd think the event chain would include a kind of bit of going, do you want to do this? Your son is a bit rubbish, but sure. It's a good question, and actually we should look in our prisoner dungeon. They didn't, because it was too late apparently. So let's execute you. That's an act of tyranny, so let's not do that. Execute you.
Looking forward to some advices for the new DLC.
Thank you for the resub. Yeah, it should be good fun. I've deliberately avoided reading too much about it and watching too much about it because I want to play it like relatively vanilla. It's out on Tuesday, isn't it? I think it's out on Tuesday. Did we kill a Karen? We didn't let her speak to the manager. It's Tuesday or Wednesday it's out. They normally do them on Tuesdays. Let me open up Outlook and see if I've got any meetings on Tuesday. I do not have any meetings on Tuesday. They normally release it about 4 o'clock, don't they? It's normally about 4 o'clock UK time. Normally. I will stream from when it releases. I'll do a bonus Tuesday stream. I'll stream from when it releases and we'll do a CK3 stream and look at the new mechanics. Start the new run. So a bonus stream next week. We can kill you. Anyone else want to die? Nice bit of piety boosting. So we're already like halfway to Paragon of Virtue there. So she is rowdy. We are definitely going to educate her ourselves. The annoying thing is that might mean we don't get the cynical trait with her, but we'll see. As I say, this is a test run as much as anything else, so that's fine. We could do some more raiding actually. That would sort out our financial problems. Because we could raid... Well, they're trickier to raid. We can definitely raid them. We can raid them. Can we raid Merv up here? Yeah, we can do. I don't think she would be because in this particular run, I don't think we've got the economy generation to be able to do it. I think if we were going to do it in this run, it would probably be her kid if we could get a good kid. Because I think between them, we're on the path that we would be on to do it, if we were going to do it. Because remember, we're going to need to build as many temples as possible. Which means we need, and we know we're going to need to do the grand blots and everything else. When we do this with a ruler, and we'll do this for the live run, we're going to need, I reckon we're going to need at least 12k in the bank before we start doing it. Like we're going to need at least 10k in the bank, let's say, before we can start doing all the things we want to do. Because we need to be building temples, handing over territory, pilgrimaging whenever we can, do the grand blots, rune stones, everything. We're going to need to do it. So we're going to need 10k starting capital in the bank. Easy. Because the higher up we get on these ranks, the easier it's going to be. Also, I missed it. Did Chanderi work? We don't know yet. So this is building. We've got 4 years left until it's built. And then we need to worry about getting rid of him. Who suddenly doesn't like me. Why don't you like me? Oh, the human sacrifice. Yeah, that means you need to stop being my spy master. Who's decent and doesn't hate me? You'll do. Let's increase some control. You could be doing some religious conversion. Only take you 27 years. There is a Karen dynasty in CK3. There absolutely is, because there they are. The Karens. There's the Karens. We're near the Karens. The Karens are practically our neighbours. We're probably going to have a bit of a populist problem because of that grand blot, so we need to deal with that. While travelling, I come across a Modesty-side graveyard serving a small town in my realm. Out of respect for the dead, or at least a sense of obligation, I pay my respects to the dead. To think that even a humble settlement like this, that is so many generations of people passed and gone by. We are Prego again. So this should be our spare, after which we'll go chaste. We'll go celibate after this, basically. Right, we're cash positive again. We probably don't want to do much with that cash positivity until we're back up to about 500. Like maybe we could do a little bit of raiding. So we could do a bit of raiding. Our men at arms are back up. Asta! Who's Freya's sister? In goddess terms. That's two very good daughters we've got. So we have a very nice heir and a very nice spare. In fact, I wouldn't even necessarily know which way round they are in heir and spare terms at the moment. Should we go Asta? Frey B and Frey C. I see what you did there. Asta's a decent name. Let's go Asta. Right, I think we want to go celibate now. Now, I don't think... it does give a piety boost. It does give a piety boost. Interesting. I didn't think it did for Norse, so that's good to know. We could call a hunt. Do we want to? Yeah, let's call a hunt. Its skull will make a fine crown. How they have not yet added a skull crown to the game really annoys me. Go raid that. Don't raid them because they got more troops than us, but you can raid these guys. Like if I get a thing that says "Congrats, you got a skull hat," the game should give me a goddamn skull crown. Right, learning lifestyles, we're fine on that, so I think we now want to go push down here. Like, goddammit game, where is my skull crown? See, skull artifacts would be nice. Hey, you're not a bad spy master. You're deceitful, you're not cynical. Fine, you can join the court. Good afternoon, Pale Rider 1942. It's going alright, we're just testing out game mechanics. Mostly at the moment, piety generation. Excellent, we have hit Dynasty Legacy Point. So, get ready. So this now means we now have Strange Gods. Now I don't think there's anything else on here that is going to help us with... Like, we could aim for practiced kidnappers. Because that would help us with the piety generation. But I don't think there's anything else, really. Ordained rulership. We want ordained rulership. So I think we want to be slipping from adventure to erudition. How does kidnapping affect piety? Because we are a Sartri, which means we can kill captives of other religions and get piety generation for it. We essentially execute them in the name of our god. But I think we go erudite. So let's see how much that's modified our cost. $33,690. So you can see Strange Gods is now popping in there. Do you farm criminals with Spymaster secrets too? That's a good plan, and that is the other thing we could do. Like, we could just do some serious farming of... Yeah, that's a good idea. Using the exploit of Saga and Stone, abdicate plus Runestone cooldown doesn't apply and so on forever. Yeah, but that's why I don't want to do it. The whole point with this is to work out ways of doing it that doesn't involve cheesing the game. I want us to be able to do this within... Like, if we wanted to do that, then I can think of 3 other ways I can cheese the piety, and I just don't want to do it. Like, I want us to be able to do this as a pure play. Because those, to me, are the fun challenges. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy watching the videos where people are like, here's a sneaky way to do whatever. But I'm more interested in how within game you can do stuff that's in an interesting ways. So the inheritance thing, for example, of stopping being a clan to feudal, I think it's fine. I don't see that as an exploit. I think it's good to just understand the mechanics. But just, yeah, for stuff like this, it's like, if you've got to almost cheat to do it, why do it? It always amazes me when you see things like that and then they patch it out and people start complaining and they're like, oh no, I can't do this anymore. And you got it was an exploit. Like, just learn how to do it better, differently. Are there reformed dead faiths to drop that 50%? Doesn't matter whether there are or not, because we want to convert to that particular faith. Like, we want to convert to that faith. So we're not going to be cynical, which is annoying. That's why we couldn't do it with this character. But we can see that is, we're going to creep that under 30k. Which is tough. It's going to take a ruler just dedicated to farming criminals, to whose sole goal is doing this, basically. Just farming piety. Oh, sorry, did I miss a histo fact? Histo fact. It's a good histo fact. My brain is so full of Talavera. Oh yeah, there you go. Battle of Talavera in 1809. One of the key generals in it is General Rowland Hill, Daddy Hill to his troops, because he was a really deeply kind and religious man. A very good general, and they loved him. So he was commanding Wellington's 2nd Division. Might be the 1st Division, actually, at Waterloo. One of the key, Talavera, one of the key divisions. He was a deeply religious man, and Talavera is one of only 2 times he is recorded as swearing. And it's when his skirmishes are taking too long to get back through the line before his troops can engage the French with a full volley. And they're kind of filing back through. And he just kind of shouts at them, "Damn, they're filing!" Let them come through anyhow. It's one of only 2 times his troops remember ever hearing him swear, in inverted commas. Go with Tears besting. Yeah, go have fun. Become a Varangian. Also, you lot, carry on doing this, please, because it is absolutely useful to me. Someone is trying to kill Ansgar. I'd rather they didn't, because Ansgar's actually quite good. I was on my way to a town not too far away with Toki. It was for mundane business concerning my realm, and nothing out of the ordinary. As we crossed a particular junction on the road, however, he seemed to pause and turn his head to the side. What's the matter, Toki? I asked. Did you hear that? It's the sound of singing birds. Oh, not me, Toki. Lose stress? Don't need to lose stress. Is this event vanilla? No, because I'm not playing Iron Man for once, because this is a test campaign. This is actually just the Viet event mods, which are good fun. If you're not playing Iron Man, they're good fun. But when we try and do this properly, we will absolutely do this with probably not Iron Man on, because just nicer to have the barbershop. But we will not do it with any additional events, because I do want to prove that you can just do it with base game. But it is a really nice sort of flavour mod. If you're into flavour mods, it's really nice. Bless these guys who keep charging us with like 2 soldiers. Peasant rabble, that's fine. Does your heir have the right kind of education picked? This is a good question. So, we should be thinking... So, she is rowdy, which means she's going to get martial or intrigue as boosts. We can marry her for the stewardship. I'm not too worried about that. So, maybe if we were looking at doing this property, we would push her on learning. Right, get that going. Hello, Fenric43. Thank you for joining us. Let's put her on learning. Oh, she's gonna get a negative on learning though. Maybe we do put her on stewardship. Or intrigue. Like, she's not going to get a good education on... I think we push stewardship with her. And we see what we get for the other daughter. They have a predilection for rowdy because they're daughters of Vikings. But with any luck, she won't get rowdy. Did I ever figure out how way to get runic stones up without cheesing? I'm not sure what you mean. Tell me more. So we can build more buildings, so should. Although I do want to be careful because we do need a bit of a cash reserve. Oh, the achievement to get 100 of them. I think it's just, you've just got to slog through it. It's just really fucking annoying. It's just a slog achievement, and I don't really enjoy slog achievements. I'm like... I like the whole play to the end of the game. But the whole dynasty to get 100 runestones is just... Ugh. There's too much randomness to it. And yeah, it's just not fun. It's a spreadsheet achievement. It's a thing where you have to just really be good at almost spreadsheet management to get any personal value out of it. Well, that's good news. Oh no, it's not, because he wasn't our spy master. The Count Ferren likes us again now, so we could appoint him. Let's put him back in the job. for now. Right, so we've got good cash again. So, we've got another eco building we can put there. No, we haven't. Oh, we can put walls. I only do achievements that seem fun. Yeah, exactly. And I reckon most of the achievements in CK3 are really good. Like, they're really nicely optimised around having fun. But there's just a few in there that aren't. They're just slogs. Oh, by the way, the other reason doing this stuff over here is critical is... And let's see if we can... if it's fired yet. Yes, it has. Right. Who knows the other reason why it's going to be quite tough to do this and stay Norse? It's because of this. At a certain point, the game insists on turning everyone Swedish and Norwegian, unless you're of sufficient distance that it won't do it. And we happen to be of sufficient distance to be able to get away with it. Because we're not European. I'm okay with the hard ones. Mother of us all is not easy, but it's fair, it's mechanics. Totally agree. Totally agree. And I do hope they change the way that event works, because it's just utterly ridiculous. Yeah, no longer need to invade Iceland and get your frickin' culture back. Yeah, like, I do not mind at all achievements that are... I love achievements that are hard, but fun and within scope of the game. Is it just 1,000? Because if so, we'll just men-at-arms it. Yeah, I think it is. But just ones like that, I can see me never getting that runestone achievement just because I cannot be asked. I wouldn't even mind so much if it gave you a counter telling you how many runestones you've already got. Because the problem with it as an achievement is, because it relies on your dynasty as well, is you just have no way of knowing if you're progressing on it until either you do it or don't. So you don't know if your dynasty aren't erecting enough runestones, if they're not erecting any runestones. You can't get to like 50% of the way through the timeline and go, how am I doing? Am I on track for 100 runestones? Am I doing alright? You can't. You've got no way of doing that. Like, all you've got is this nebulous target that, unless you're keeping your own spreadsheet, which is only going to tell you yourself, how many runestones you have built, you've just got no way of doing it. Make your lover save you from being murdered is another that's not fair. You need to force so much the RNG and just wait. Kind of, although you can help with that one, because obviously there is the legacy path, which is the one of these that increases the chances of it happening. Is it the intrigue one? Because we had it when we were doing our Uraka run. If it's not this, it's a trait. There's something that will increase the likelihood of it happening. But yes, I do agree that it does then mean you've got to try and have a character that is vulnerable to that kind of death. We should expand. Let's kill them when I can remember where my prisons are. So we got another bunch of prisoners here that we can murder. So he rebelled against us, so we can just kill him. You can get killed. You can get killed. You can get killed, and you can't. I saw that there was one in the Royal Court that helps you protect you from schemes. Yeah, that probably helps. It's very much, I think, an achievement that is one of the ones that you just suddenly get at some point when you've been playing the game long enough. It just, you're almost reliant on the random chance for it happening. It's a bit like, obviously I've got like thousands of hours in Europa Universalis 4. It's still probably my most played Paradox game. And very early on in me playing it, I had Atlantis spawn. And at that point when I was playing it, I didn't even realise how rare that was. So I was just like, oh right, Atlantis, and then just carried on. And I've never had it spawn since. Like, it's just ridiculous. What's my computer build like? Oh god, don't ask me, I can't remember. I use Gladiator PC, who are a small PC place in Manchester, and build excellent PCs. I'm trying to remember what this one is, because I picked a new one up last year because I was due a new one, and I'm just trying to remember what's actually in this. Let me have a look. I'll tell you, because it's still relatively new. I am currently running I'm basically running I'll stick a link in chat, it's the easiest way to do it. I am currently running one of these, essentially, give or take. I've actually got 2 terabytes in it because I'm running 2 SSDs and some other minor tweaks, so I've got more RAM in it than the 16 gig. I tend to upgrade my PCs about every 5 years. And what I like to do is I buy a Gladiator because they're nicely built so that you know you can customize them yourselves. So I'll buy a good machine, and then over the course of about 5-6 years, I'll just swap parts out and put new parts in and build computers for friends or give people other parts. And then eventually I'll hit a point. Oh, sorry. I'll hit a point where I'm kind of like, all right, actually, time to just kind of get rid of what I've got. I'll pass it on to someone else, and then I'll just buy a completely new one. And I'll normally drop about 2.5k on it when I do it. So it depends if I pick up some good freelance jobs or have some Twitter threads that do particularly well. I keep like kind of a pot of money for computer upgrades. We might get some Piety from that, and we did. I mean, the more I look at this, the more I think realistically the most Piety we're going to be able to generate in a lifetime by action is going to be maybe 15k. I think. Tops. Like, ignoring special events and everything else. So I think we're going to have to do a lot of raiding. That raiding is going to be absolutely critical to us. Like, we almost need to be constantly raiding for captives. Which we can see, we've seen works. I mean, we can generate 250, 300 from prisoner murder, just off of raiding for captives. Right, how is this doing down here? How's that building finished yet? Because we did want to test that. It's almost finished. Right, so in 44 days we can revoke his title and see if we get the bonuses from this. The other thing to remember, and this is why I do think we kind of maybe start doing it as a Sartre is we can get your Sartre holy sites, which is going to help us. So we can get, where is it? North Riding, isn't it? Because your Sartre holy sites give custom buildings that will boost stuff. So it's only Uppsala that actually gives a boost to Piety, and that's based on night. Not huge. But the buildings do kick in. So there's the building over here, isn't there? Like, where are the special buildings for... Like, it would help if I could see these, but I can't because I don't rule them. I'm sure the one in Jorvik gives some bonuses. Can someone tell me what the special buildings for a Sartre give in bonuses? There's one in North Riding. I know that for certain. I'm sure there's one round Vesterfold. There might be one in Uppsala. Yeah, there's one in Uppsala. So +2 piety a month. Plus 0.2 piety a month, which is useful. Yeah, it's the one in Prandheimer. Like, what does that building do? All I care about is whether they're going to boost piety or not, because that's really what we're going to be battling with, is piety generation. So we're not really getting a lot of bonuses. That's what we need to get to, is Defender of the Faith. It's about rushing Defender of the Faith. Because cumulative we get a 40% piety boost by getting that far down that route. So I think with the ruler where we go for this, you just have to push straight down Theologian. You just ignore everything else and come back to everything else. Because you just want that as soon as possible. Like, you need it as soon as possible. Right, is that finished? Right, that is finished. So this is the other test. I don't care. It's a test run. Just give me it back. Thank you. No, so the holder must be of an Eastern religion. So that building is not going to help us. That's good to know. So we can't get the Chanderi boost, so there's no point pushing for it as Zunbil if we're going to do this run, which we will do in future as a Zunbil run as much as we'll do it as an Arthurian. The Arthurian one, it's almost like a stretch goal thing, because actually I just like the idea of getting Romano-British in. But, the interesting thing is going to be, so Stonehenge presumably is not limited that way. So Stonehenge is the only one that can give us an extra 20% discount on that faith conversion. Which we'll be able to get for the British one, it'd be harder to get for this. So it is kind of doable, that, but it is a bit tougher. Yes, so I am currently drinking. This is a glass of Digester from Bird and Blend. This is Digester from Bird and Blend, which is a good blend. It's a good post-food lunchtime blend, although I haven't had any food yet today. So it's kind of like black tea with ginger. I live in Walthamstow in London, which has a heavy Turkish community. I have Turkish cousins. And so I'm always happy to drink my tea kind of Turkish style. I quite like it, drinking tea out of a little glass. It's quite cultured. Seeing a local library reminds me, did your local carpenter source the oak, or did you source it yourself? He sourced it for me. So, yeah, if you've not seen my bookshelves, I think most people here have, but there you go. In case you hadn't guessed, I'm a historian. You know, there you go. So, yeah, it's really nice job. I'm so happy with it. Really, really nice job. The cat looks well settled. Yeah, he's doing all right. He's still kind of discovering soft things like the bed. So like he kind of goes, oh, this is really nice, I want to sit on it. And he'll sleep on it for like 20 minutes. And then clearly what happens is, because he's a former feral cat, for those who don't know, he'll kind of go, no, I'm getting too deep a sleep. I need to go and sleep somewhere that's higher up or safer. So then he'll return to his other little room. But yeah, so there is that. But yeah, so Turkish style tea, or in tea style. Lots of loose leaf. But I'm just finishing up my tea, 'cause it's now 1 o'clock, so I can actually move, and I now have a beer ready to go. I can't drink too much because I've got Virtual Battlefield Tour to run later. Yeah. You're right down there? Do you want to say hello to people? No, you're going to wander off? Going to wander off? Yeah, we're wandering off. Thinking about coming back. Having a sit in the hallway and a wash. Waiting to see if there's snacks. No, there's not snacks. You don't always get snacks. Anyway. Which battlefield, if I may ask? So, this afternoon I am the tour manager for Talavera. So, Napoleonics. Which is an area I know well. And so does Alex, who is the battle guide for this one. So Alex is a former household cavalry officer and historian who has served in all over the place in the army. So it's always interesting, as kind of I find, having a historian who is also a former serving cavalry officer. So when you come to a battle like Talavera, where there's heavy cavalry action, it's kind of like he knows what it's like to ride a horse in formation, or to try and do stuff like that, which I think makes an interesting thing in comparing stuff. Like, takes it to a next level. But yeah, Talavera, it is... Let me ping a link in, there you go. So this is this evening's. Right. Where were we? So we had discovered, and this is why we test things, that the game has decided my keyboard shouldn't work in the game. Thank you. So Chandri is not going to help us, because you have to be Eastern religion to get that benefit. But the thing is, it's 20%, and now we know how the maths works on that. I'm less fussed about it. I think we just have to work on the basis of just max boosting Piety. Like, a lot. I'm going to convert, maybe. Fine. So yeah, I think the things we're learning is absolutely push on theologian straight away and worry about the other bits later. You kind of almost have to do a sacrificial character to it for the one you're doing it with. Because obviously we went for 4 of these first. Now if you took those 4 and those 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, we would already be a theologian, which would mean we'd be getting the plus 40% to all of our piety boosting. So I think we go for that early. Like you just push for that straight away, basically. I had 2 cheer our champions. Because we're not generating anywhere near enough piety. Like, we don't have to hold the holy site at Uppsala to get the benefit from that. When was the hollow square developed? It's kind of disputed. Like, there's no definitive point where it was kind of... Well, from... There's various kind of semi-square formations and everything else that come in. I can't remember exactly where it starts being picked up and brought in, but it's sort of round about 1770-ish, I think. Because it's sort of dependent on you getting to a point where you have armies that are trained enough to be able to pull it off. Because standing in formation to pull it off when you have a lot of heavy warhorses charging you is not fun at all. I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't realise as well, is they think staring down at cavalry charges like easy. It really, really isn't. Like, even if you've got to be incredibly well trained and trusting of your formation to do it. Like the noise, the smell, you feel the ground moving. If you ever get the chance to go to anywhere where there's some kind of staged cavalry charge, go. Because just you can feel the ground, and something in you, like a primal thing, tells you that you should be running away, or you shouldn't be there. Like, it's just instinctive. So it takes so much training to overcome that. Which is why forming square is unbelievably effective. Well, yeah, exactly. It's why they still use horses. Horses still have that impact. Right, we should carry on pushing on eco. So we could call a hunt, but it's not particularly useful. We can hold mystical things to boost our learning. Which I think for this character is good, because I would like to try and get... So we should think about what things can we do to boost our own personal piety. So traits, obviously. Celibate 1. So celibate is a flat 0.1. So I think you probably push for that after you push for theologian focus. That's what we'll have to do. You do a pilgrimage straight away. Learning is critical. So in an ideal world, what we'd probably be doing is marrying someone with filthy high learning and just adding their total to ours. Because do we get a boost for being higher on that path? I don't think we do. Greatness awaits you, Freya. Yeah, and honestly, being anywhere near a cavalry charge is terrifying. Yeah, so we don't get any extra additional traits from... Gain the trait Herbalist. Herbalist would help, wouldn't it? So Herbalist increases our learning, which is useful. Our spy masters are dying at a surprising rate. An unnerving rate. Gerda has had a baby that she wants to call Gerda. Go for it, have fun. We should do the maths on our learning rate. So our learning is currently contributing 1.7. So is that just a flat calculation? Yes. Okay, that's useful to know. So our learning... Ooh. Our learning rate... So our learning rate is essentially 1/10 of our piety generation is 1/10 of this. I was watching an MP stream yesterday of CK, and apparently if you're playing as another player spy master, you can't scheme against them as you continue to discover your own schemes. Too right, as you should do. So to a certain extent we can predict what our baseline piety is going to be by making sure that we marry someone who has that kind of trait. So for example, if we were to find a spouse for her and she was our one that we were doing the run with, we'd want to repeatedly marry her to people who have ridiculously high learning. And then we add that entire total to our own, which should give us, generally speaking, a total somewhere, if we're lucky, in the kind of average of the 30s. We can do a reasonably realistic calculation of what our total piety generation would be over 60 years now. So let's say we manage to average our piety in at 35. That's going to give us 3.5 multiplied by all of the stuff we're picking up from this track. So it's going to be 3.5 plus the bonuses. So 3.5. Does anyone want to play calculator again while we work this out? Have we got any prisoners before we call this? No. Let's get some prisoners. Raid time. Assuming we can raid. I'm guessing it's time will have passed enough for us to raid these territories again, I'd have thought. Yes, it has. Living undead. Commoners always have told tales about corpses rising from the dead if their funerals were not performed properly. I agree with the rules of the learned men. In my Indo run, I was up over 50 learning at times. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we can get like that, but I want to be conservative in our estimates. Because I don't think we want to... Oh, that's some terrible trait choices. Because when we try this with a ruler, we're going to get like one shot at it. So monthly piety per night is good. So I think expecting to have an average of 30, because remember we're going to have to deal with all the other bits of ruling a kingdom that come up during it. But one thing we'll want to do is, like I've done here, is essentially create a relatively stable kingdom before we attempt to do it. So that we're not rushed. I do need to look up if there's a... what we need to know is if there's a Norse building that boosts the piety of its holder. Is there a Norse special building that will boost holder piety? Like, does one of the ones in York, in Norway, or in... well, one of the two that are in Norway, or the one in York, do they boost holder piety? Because if so, they become pretty vital to us. I mean, the other question becomes... there might be another way to do this. Good morning, Pangolin. Freya is not looking that great. I'm glad we got spare. There is another way to do this. I think I've just had a brainwave on how we can boost with this. I do love this. My husband King Suni eagerly brings me a man before me. My clean, allow me to introduce Vakpati, claimant to the Raj of Kanyakabaya. Vakpati bows before me and says, "It is an honour, my lord. Sadly, Kanyakabuja will mostly likely remain out of my grasp without a beneficiary on my side." Prison, parchment, pigeon to Maharaja Gandhideva in that order. So yeah, good luck with that. Right, I'm going to try something on this because I think I've got an idea here. Hold up, chat, I've got an idea. Disabled One, welcome to the stream. Okay, chat, hear me out. So one of the things we're realizing is we really are going to need, in an ideal world, to be massively optimized around... thank you to follow. It's very much welcomed. Yeah, sorry, Pangolin, this is a test run. We're looking at how we can get to the point where we can convert to a dead faith within game without cheesing it. And so far I've got the cost down from 100,000 to 33 piety, but that's still a lot of piety. Like, we're only a tenth of the way there. Like, we've got various mechanisms we know we can use to do more, but we're going to need to get that down even further. I think we can just about get it to sub 30k. Which then means the question becomes, how do we get to a ruler to be optimized around generating 30k piety in a single lifetime? Which is a big ask. And that's almost double what you'd normally try and generate if you were optimizing just vaguely for piety. Right, listen, hear me out on this one, chat. So one of the issues we've got is, in order to benefit from the conversion, we need to be an unreformed religion. And a Sartre at the moment is unreformed. Because that gives a huge... If you try and convert from a reformed to an unreformed religion, which we would be doing, you get another massive, massive malus on it. I can't even remember what the malus is, but it might even be another 500% malus. But, how's this? What if we... Are there elements that we could reform in a Sartre? So we'd want to keep blot. So theoretically... What if we reformed to do something that would allow us to bank faith faster, bank piety faster? Is there anything that would increase our piety generation just off the top? Like, I'm not talking about stuff that does virtue synchronicity. I'm talking stuff that would actually allow us to massively bank piety. The monogamy bonus also carries a large amount of piety if you're marrying a close family member. But we've already got war and execute people for piety. Creating a head of faith to allow the head of faith to declare great holy wars would help, but we're not going to get a thing that does that. There is one for war for feasts, you're right. So patron gods we could potentially lose. Blot we'd want to keep. Feast also contradicts with... You can't stack human sacrifice with blot. Communal living. What does communal living give us? Communal identity. No, so that gives you cultural speed boosts, but it doesn't actually do you any personal piety boosts. +1 a month for miracle worker, but it's not a huge benefit. I mean, that's +2 learning, so that'd be a 0.2 piety per month boost. Children with the learning education focus may gain wise man trait if they do well at their studies. I assume they might vary that up slightly with the new patch. That's true, because you then get the 300 education, but you lose 100 piety every time you use it. So I don't think the maths buffs out. So the maths on that wouldn't buff out, I don't think. So you'd get +1 piety generation, which means you're going to get quicker to the +40% boost in piety, which is going to boost your piety a lot. But every time you cash in Wise Man, you're going to have to spend 100 piety to do it. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it buffs out. Not more than just being a genius with learning focus. Like, hedonistic is the one you'd go for, I think. I think you'd go hedonistic. Ash Pharaoh, thank you very much for the follow. So reduced lore costs, whatever. Well, that just boost is nice. How does pacifism work? No, because it knocks out our raiding ability, so we need the raids to get the things. Love watching people play this. Thank you very much. So this is our test run. We're just trying to optimize for how we'd revive a dead religion without cheating. Ecclesiarchy might work. Because if we're going to hold the holy sites, pursuit of power, not that useful. Children have a chance of being considered as the reincarnation of an ancestor, giving bonuses to piety and opinion. That might work. Reincarnation is absurdly rare. So yeah, so maybe we don't want to gamble on that. Spending piety in exchange for opinion is not good. Piety per powerful vassal on the council. Adherents earn piety for successfully completing intrigue schemes. Yeah, maybe you could combine that. So that could work. Any thoughts on using Commission Epic for piety gain? Commission Epic could work. I mean, Sky Burials. But I don't know how that goes forward. I wonder how much of a tax gain you get from Vows of Poverty. $250 when an older relative dies, so that's probably not great. Ritual celebrations is 100 for a feast, but you can hold feasts every 5 years, isn't it? So if we're holding feasts every 5 years, and we're aiming to live for 60, that's 30 feasts, so that's 3,000 piety. Depends on how high we got our tax income up. Ash Pero, thank you very much for the subscription. Right, just to explain why I'm thinking about this. So, if we reformed a Sartru in our next run, so the proper run that we're going to do around here, not everyone with a Sartru will convert. So what we could do, and this would be one way of doing it, is reform a Sartru, massively boost to get the poverty, to get the piety. So we maximise reformed Asatru around the piety. And then trigger an Asatru revolt in our territory, because it will happen. And pick the option to convert to their faith rather than fight them. So flip back to Asatru via rebellions. We'd keep all the piety. We'd now be back on an unreformed faith, which would allow us to convert to the dead religion. That would be one way of doing it. Now, I don't think the flip back costs you piety if it comes from a religious rebellion. How close are we to a religious rebellion? Because we will get one at some point. I'll tell you when we'll definitely get one. We'll definitely get one once we hold another grand block. So we'll test that out. Because these are coming back after raiding. So let's bring them back. Because we raided so we could get some prisoners. So we should have a bunch of prisoners. Yes, we've got a bunch of prisoners. Whole grand block. Every lord and commoner in the kingdom, because we want to trigger a revolt. So let's get the event up for Asta. We probably want to get Wrathful. Isn't Wrathful a Viking virtue? Only the finest sacrifices. Now let's not forget to designate a chief sacrifice. Are you... Yeah, you're a decent one. Designate sacrifice. Can we designate more than one sacrifice, or is it only one? It's personal chief sacrifice, isn't it? So yeah, we only want to designate one. Dimmesware being able to reform Christianity to a religion that allows flower wars. Yeah, they were quite fun. How long have I been playing this? I have been playing this since it came out, and I think in terms of hours, I am up to... Let's have a look. It's a good question. About just about 1,000, just over 1,000. But the reason I love this and all Paradox games is they're always very different. So we want to rub shoulders with the common muck. So we get 350 for this because we chose a sacrifice. So now we're going to get Afghan Ashari populists. So when they trigger, we should get an option to convert. We can also now raise an Arun stone, so we want to do that. Clerical justifications, because we need to get to... Basically, we should have pushed for this faster, I think. That's the big lesson to take on when we do this properly as a run. With the ruler we're doing it with is push for that first, and then flip back for the other bits. So we can hold Mystical Communion again, but I don't think we want to. Because this is the problem with Mystical Communion, is it's going to give us 300, but it is Gets you 5 years worth of learning plus 1, which is 0.1. So 0.1 times 12 is 1.2. So yeah, it only gives you about 5 of that back, 6 of that back. So essentially costs you 94 piety to do this. I mean, the other thing we're going to see is I want to see if Consecrate Bloodline makes a big difference. Yeah, that's true. We will get those faster because we'll have learning focus. So at the moment we're getting a base boost off of being intelligent, but we would get a bigger boost because we'd be boosting off of learning focus as well. No, I'm just playing on base. We're doing a test run for stuff before we do DLC when it releases on Tuesday. Because we're generating good gold now. Because like, all this really does is, I'm confident we can get to the total. It's as much about knowing how much gold we're going to need, because how many churches we're going to have to build, or temples. Is there a way to encourage your liege to make you their chaplain? That's true. We don't necessarily have to do it as an independent ruler. I think you want to do it as an independent ruler, though. I think the flexibility being an independent ruler of a decently sized, stable kingdom gives you, as we're finding here, is it's the cash generation, it's the ability to raid at will, the ability to revoke titles, give them out. I think you need all of that. I think that outweighs the bonus you'd get from doing it. So Freya is a fortune builder. Yeah, she should be alright as a ruler. I mean, she's a craven ambitious. What we want is Asta is the test. Why are you on martial? I fucking had you on learning. None of those are good traits. Being an Emperor's Chaplain gives you +3 per month. She was the spare, but I think she's now the primary. Or potentially the primary. Don't disband, I want you to rebel. Boo. I mean, that does make me think that the convert, do stuff, or change religion, convert, do stuff is maybe more complex than it's worth. Because I don't think there's another mechanism for adopting faith, is there? Yeah, exactly. Like, the only time I want rebels. If you're a vassal, you could get a palatinate contract. Yeah, that would work. That would work. What boost does a palatinate contract give? Sushi Cat Yum! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How is the world of Rimworld and zombies? We are mucking around with Crusader Kings 3 ahead of the new DLC dropping on Tuesday. Because we're just exploring some game mechanics. Because we want to be able to convert to a dead faith, which requires an awful lot of piety. And so we're kind of seeing how do we maximize how holy one of our rulers can be over the course of about 60 years. Because we're going to need like 30,000 piety, which is an insanely high amount. Oh, Conan Exiles, nice. I've not played Conan Exiles in ages. What innovation do we need? Need Sacred Rite. Yeah, I don't think we've got Sacred Rite. There might be an option. I don't know. I think the independence. I think you want independence. I see someone's been expanding my kingdom, have they? Oh no, that's alright. There's a rebellion going on over there, so that's okay. I'd rather we didn't lose land, but we can always take it back. We will increase the conversion rate in that county. We can marry murder a whole bunch of prisoners again. Let's kill some children. When in doubt, kill some children. Like, I think we're just gonna have to do a lot of child murder. Enjoy your nap. Enjoy the snooze. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for Royal Court. As I said, it's the cultural changes more than the Royal Court element itself that I'm looking forward to. So when we start our next stream on Tuesday, when we do our first bit with it and going into this run, the one that this is sort of a test run for, we will look at restoring Romano-British culture. I think that's probably what we'll look at doing, and having a play around with that. So giving culture the complexity that religion has is going to really take this to another level, even beyond. It's already a great game, but it's going to make it an even better game. So yeah, so we're storming nicely towards religious icon. Like, in this particular instance, we can already go on a pilgrimage again, which is going to be a very long pilgrimage. Which is going to help. Well, I think that's what we'll end up looking at doing. So I think we will go sort of Romano-Norse and see what benefits we can tweak to that to do what we're doing here. Because critical to this I mean, not that it really matters, because you don't lose stop giving me pop-ups. Monthly piety boost. Give me protection of the gods. Asta can keep vengeful because it's a virtue trait for us. Because we need that legacy. We need the strange gods legacy. Because of that faith conversion cost. Like, that is pretty critical to us. I mean, getting up to there on these two is going to help as well. So ordained rulership and treasured knowledge. Like, true believers will help as well. Just for that piety from pilgrimages. But the faith creation and reformation is not going to help us because we're not creating a blanket faith. Like, if we were creating a completely new faith, that would help us, but we're not. This is about restoring an old faith. Now we could do some more. Oh no, someone took out the Karens. The Karens have gone. How much does she like us? 91. I'll have the book. Give me the experience. Rip the Karens. The Karens have gone. But yeah, for what we want to do, that's required. We need strange gods. I think getting up to there, at least to treasured knowledge on erudition, would be useful. And for what we want to do, these things aren't going to help us. I don't think anything else. See, the interesting, we haven't got noble veins, and normally this is like the only time to like not take noble veins. Is the Karen dynasty still around? This is a question. Are there any Karens around? The Karens might be gone. Have they wiped out the Karens? Oh no, we're in top realm. Oh, that's a relief. But there are plenty of Karens still in the world. The world is full of Karens. The world is still full of Karens, don't worry. What is going on down here? Some kind of revolt going on. Yeah, the world is always full of Karens. Our cousin Count Alfgeir created a faction to install himself on the Afghan throne. Yeah, good luck with that, Count Alfgeir. Bring it. We are creeping towards this. That's a good point. We with the relevant ruler, we need to take if we're staying as raw or start true, and the more I think about it, the more I think we might. Just for a roleplay thing, it's less cheesy as well. Is we'd be getting the bonus from that of 0.03 dread. So we just have to keep our dread high, which if we're killing people a lot for slaves, for raiding, then we would. Like, constant raiding is very much a key part of achieving this. Yeah, exactly, because we'll have max dread from all the executions. Like, what we'll probably need is... Chat, you're going to need to be very good when we do this on reminding me when I can raid again. Because so much of it is going to be how frequently we raid. We're going to be culture head as well when we do it for the proper run, so that's going to help. that get us any prisoners? But I do think this is why you do need a Sartru to do it. It's just there's too many things that, because of the Viking flavour stuff, really play to your benefit. And I don't think we get piety from this. We do. So even just beating those foreign armies is going to help. How do you get where true power lies? I don't know, is that a trait? Genvar, fine. Is it a trait or is it a religious unlock? Because I am totally up for a 50% piety boost in return for less prestige. Because we're going to generate a ton of prestige just anyway. So you need to basically start a proper run in the actual Sartru territory. So my goal is to combine this with our Romano-British revival. So ideally we want to start as Roman. And I think Roman in Brittany will start as a custom dynasty, the Pendragons, maybe in somewhere in Brittany. And we'll kind of roleplay it as if we're exiled to Little Britain or Less Britain, and now we've got to go back and take it over. So sort of Mary Stuart style Arthurian legend. And our goal will be probably take Cornwall first and get that back. Then look at how we do culture combinations, because the ultimate goal will be to... We'll probably go as Sartru and then do stuff. I'm thinking we form England, but we try and get the Sartru holy sites. Yeah, Bonnie Prince Uther, basically. Because it's going to give us so much chance to play around with the new mechanics. It should just be really fun. The alternative is we do start over here somewhere and then come across, but I think it's more fun to just start somewhere in Brittany and do it. I mean, maybe we even just start it as Leon, and just start as Norse and maybe pretend we were then there. But I don't know. We'll play around with it. So we'll start that on Tuesday. We'll start that on Tuesday when the DLC drops. So that will be probably 4 or 5 o'clock UK time. How are we doing? So have we raided out everything we can raid? Probably sneakily raid that if we're quick. More learning perks. Level of devotion impact. We are radiant. You look radiant, cousin. Sean Connery got paid 15 million quid for that one fucking appearance in like that one scene in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. This character refuses to don their crown, insisting that true power lies only in the divine. That might relate to a coronation style event. Is that one of the new ones related to coronations? Because that would do it. I mean, to be fair to Sean Connery, he did actually donate it all to charity. Even he felt it was obscene. And it takes a lot for Sean Connery to think something was obscene. So she is a conscientious scribe. Yes, see, Stonehenge is going to give us the 20% boost. I refuse to let this wedding go ahead, unless I am allowed to give away the bride. You'll look radiant, cousin. 15 million quid. Someone did pay him to be in Zardos. Although I assume they paid him. I mean, maybe they just told him he was going to get to prance around in a mankini around naked women. That is also possible. Right, only 2 prisoners from that, but we can still murder them. So, Asta got Conscientious Scribe, which isn't great. So actually, is she even any better than... She's barely... We just let Freya take over. The disadvantage of that is it's a Piety -1. Whereas she... No, she's got 2 virtuous traits, so we do want Asta as our next ruler. Highlander 2 is a very odd film, with my film historian hat on. So the main issue that Highlander 2 had was that the production went bankrupt halfway through, and it got bought out by a whole bunch of like essentially proto-venture capitalists, and they insisted that they now wanted it to be like Dune. They wanted it to be a space-based movie because that's what was selling at the time. So they had to turn the whole thing into do we want Asta to be a shield maiden? Probably not. They had to just fuck with the entire script to just make it work. So we're on our way to religious with this. Building these is going to help us a lot. If we're theoretically still pushing on things, provinces we own, do we control Ergun? We do. Do you think that's going to make me money? Oh no, this is levies, isn't it? Give me levies. We need a new chancellor. Yeah, you do. Join the party, pal. Hello, YT1! Welcome to the channel. So, I think what we're seeing here is this is a good guide. Behold, I am Hrufter the Inept. Bring me tankards of ale, women, and apple tart, lest you dare tempt my wrath. The man screams at the gathered crowd. Evidently this massive warrior is bored and looking to start trouble. Perhaps his rage would be put to better use in my ranks. Is there no one who dares face me? Cowards! What I wouldn't give for a good brawl. We could duel him. Oh yeah, no, we're very excited for new DLC, and this is a sort of test run for it. To test out piety mechanics so that we can look at reviving dead religions. So, should we just pay him and give him some apple tart, or should I fight him? Shall I fight him? Let's fight him. Haroldafer and I stalk round each other, weighing our options. He hefts a fearsome sword, while I grip my own mace tightly. The deadly weapon feels cool in my weighty grasp. We're not really geared up for this. Let's gear up better. Chainmail. Northern armor. What kind of hair do we reckon we'd be running with our... We're going to want it sort of tied back. We're going tight like that. Yeah, full screen barbershop is the best mod in the game. Like, how that is not part of the base game, I don't know. Yeah, 85 for apple tart is London prices, and I'm not paying that. That's like Shoreditch prices. I'm not paying Shoreditch prices for apple tart. Let's go... We could go low, low, low and no. I'll show you how I lift a mace. My mace throws around Throftor like water, each strike chaining fluidly into the next. A series of perfectly timed attacks. Throftor wastes no time meeting with an intense series of powerful cleaves that force me back step by step. My form is good with only small errors, and Hrodorful's stance is formidable. My opponent's guard is fierce, and I feel far from victory. So we're going to lose 3 stress because we're diligent on that. But Hrofdir gets a very high increase to his likelihood of success and a high increase to his risk of injury. Picking my moments carefully, I make several quick strikes. Oh yeah, we're a berserker. Widening his guard, Hrofdir stays stock still, seemingly hoping I'll just throw down my mace. My form is good with only small errors, and Hrofdir's stance is passable. My opponent is still holding off my blows, but he seems close to faltering. Rah! Berserker gang, rip and tear, rip and tear, rip and tear! No, this isn't Royal Court. I do not have Royal Court. I have expressed my opinions elsewhere on Paradox giving Royal Court DLCs to people and who they choose to give it to and who they don't. You know, God forbid they should give it to people like me who literally stream this game all the time and understand all the mechanics and are quite happy to explain the mechanics to people and are quite good at explaining the mechanics to people and know all their history and stuff like that. I mean, God forbid they should do that. That wouldn't in any way be useful, would it? Anyway. I do love Berserker as a trait. Spittle flying, mace flailing maniacally, I launch myself at the throw. A red mist rips through my mind and everything is rage, blood and blissful catharsis. Hrodorfir! Screams my opponent, whirling his sword furious at, around and near me. My form is excellent, with little chance for mistake, and Hrofdir's stance is a disaster. We are evenly matched with victory balancing on a knife edge. I did put one in a while back, but like it might even just got lost, you know. I accept that kind of because I've never bothered to get partner. And good to see you, by the way, One Proud Barbarian. I accept that because I've never bothered to go for partner, I kind of like get lost in the mix a bit, and that's totally fair and understandable. As I've said on Twitter, like, I get why Paradox do it, and I've been thoroughly enjoying watching you kind of do the various bits with it. So I'm quite looking forward to getting it on Tuesday Cold. But yeah, we are where we are. This will work just like it does in the Legends. We're victorious. I don't think we'll kill him. We'll absolutely grab him in. It's going to give us critical stress, but we can get rid of that easy enough. Let's just get rid of that. Let's call a hunt. Job done. So I think what we're showing is, in our quest to get this kind of dead religion stuff, so just as to reiterate for those who aren't familiar, so far we've managed to get the cost of converting to Zunism down to about 33. We're going to get that down to about 29-ish with a few more boosts, like getting cynical and a few other things. Yeah, like, look, they're busy. I get they're busy. It's fine. And I could theoretically maybe have kind of slightly pestered Midge or Mordred on the side and said, can you have a word with people? And it's like, but other people can't do that, and I always feel a bit bad if I do something like that. So it's like, there's no point. And it puts people like Midge and that under pressure. It's like, there's no point. Yeah, big numbers indeed. So I reckon we can get this down to about 28. Because remember, we're going to get the Stonehenge boost for our run. We've already proved you don't get the Chandri boost from this because you've got to be of an Eastern faith. So we're going to get another 20. We're going to get 25% off for being cynical, because if we breed the character to be cynical, we'll get another 20% off of this cost. And remember that these costs, as a reminder for those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, these are additive, which is getting into One Proud Bavarian's favourite territory of dissecting actually how the maths works behind the scenes. These are not relative costs. They're additive and subtractive. So with going apostate, which is going to give us a 75% discount, that's going to knock about $3,500 off of that. Then we're going to get another 20% off for Stonehenge, which is going to knock us down to about 29. Then we're going to lose another 25% for being cynical, so that's going to knock us down to about 27. So 27k is our piety generation goal for a single ruler's lifetime. And as I say, we know we're going to be able to get a whole bunch of that by banking a lot of cash, so we can build a lot of churches for 500 piety each, rotating through different provinces because you've got to be the direct holder to get the benefit. The theology trait is picking in. By being a Sartru, we can do the raids, the grand blots, and pilgrimages. So we've not really pushed heavily at all with this character to do it. And note that we are already almost a religious icon, and we're 45. So if you figure we're going to get another 40 years out of this if we're lucky with the good ruler, it's doable. It's doable. Like, you just have, it's going to be tight, but it is doable. Not with this ruler, but this is a test run, so it doesn't matter. So we'll see. You would think it's a creature from myth, perhaps a god disguised in animal form. It was the largest boar I've ever seen. Even after the beast was wounded, the chase lasted half a day. Its skull will make a fine crown. We return home invigorated. So, did we kill off everyone we could kill off, or were we too busy fighting berserkers over Tart? We actually haven't got. We should get a court physician as well. Oh, we can get some Yoms Vikings. But we don't want to spend. Actually, it doesn't really matter to us now because we're not pushing for it. Oh, I mean, do we really care, though? The Grandmaster's going to lose opinion of us. I think we will take them, but normally we probably wouldn't. If this was the proper one where we were looking to try and boost the actual piety that we needed, we wouldn't. So we can have Feeble Physician, but he has got the traits. You haven't got the traits, so yeah, Nooper, you get the job. Congrats. It's kind of funny getting Viking against Afghanistan. Yeah, well, so the reason we're doing it down here is the Zunbil are actually the founders of the Zunist religion, and they do exist as a dynasty in the game in the earliest start. They start as a single province minor. So that's why I've been doing it as a test run down here, because it's quite fun. But yeah, you have to stretch, essentially jump a bit and then push to get in range of Norse, so you can get someone Norse to educate your kid. And the reason we wanted Norse is because we need that Strange Gods discount benefit to get from the adventure track. So we needed that. That's a big difference for us. Here's a thought: if we stay in learning past theologian, we could start on the health tree. That buys us a few extra years. Yeah, I think we will. Cousin, I have left to marry the love of my wife, your vassal, Countess Bjorg. Oh, I mean, go for it. Have fun. I don't care. Live your life to the best. I see our vassals have been expanding our territory, which I have mixed feelings about. I drank some water and choked on it. Thankfully, a servant saved me. Because, for example, I've not actually turned on the things we should be watching, for example, as to when we can go on pilgrimages. And we do need to do some of these things. So in a real run, what we'd be doing is making sure that we conquered at least one territory every 5 years. I don't think it's the one who was our spy master, because we'd have got a pop-up for it. No, he's still around. So if you factor every 5 years we're building a runestone, is it 5 years? It's a 5-year cooldown on runestones, isn't it? So again, if you factor in building a runestone every 5 years, which is why we're going to need lots of money to do this. Runestone every 5 years is going to give us 350 piety each time. Is it 350 or 250? 350, isn't it? $250 piety. So that's going to be 12 times 250. So that's going to give us about another 3k piety in itself. I think 9 years is the Murder Festival, and I think 5 is Runestone. Let's conquer a bit of territory and test it. The Bamian's here. Kind of feel sorry for the Bamians, like they're just sitting there all happy. Hello, boys. Which conquering in itself is going to generate captives for us and everything else. Festival will give you 350 if you designate a something. What do we just inherit? Why have we got 9 provinces all of a sudden? Who died? Who died? Because we now have a lot more holdings. Like Chanderi we can actually get rid of, because we know that building is not going to benefit us anymore. No, you're already a count actually, let's not give it to you. You can have it. Barmian is the place where the Taliban destroyed some old Buddha statues. Oh, is that what it is? The last title on your character screen is the one most recently gained. So check the title. I did not know that. County of Nananda. No, we already had that. We've definitely gained some territory from somewhere, I just don't know where. If I click plus on the top, what, up here? I'm confused as to where you mean. Oh, on there, yeah, because I've got extras, haven't I? We already had Lund, though. It is a barony. How did you get that barony? How bizarre. War music lasts longer than actual war. Yeah, not far off. Not far off. Who did we lose? We lost our marshal. Oh no. You can have it. Yeah, it must have been old Baron died without an heir. They're going to carry on suiciding into us, which is helpful as well. Like, fighting these mini wars is going to help us with piety generation. Because, for example, we are now going to murder you. While you are still a ruler. Feel free to do that again. Human sacrifice was how I cheesed the African conquest. Human sacrifice is wonderful. Right, so we can raise the runestone. Doesn't really matter hugely where we put it up. Got a title again. Wait, but wars give fame and devotion, not piety. They give you piety if you're fighting someone who is not of your religion. They don't as an actual thing, but winning battles against people who are not of your religion will give you small but genuine piety boost. Sterla. No, you're probably going to inherit. Gormal. There you go. Right, so what's the runestone cooldown on that? Because we can also hold a grand blot again. 1016, so it's a 10-year cooldown. So we're only going to get 6 runestones. Six runestones is what we're going to get. No, it's 10. Blot has the execution perk. Yeah, so we're going to do Grand Blot now. We want to make sure we got someone in jail first. So we have got some prisoners, so that's fine. So we go whole Grand Blot. Every Lord and Commoner. See, annoyingly, we can't consecrate a bloodline because Asatru isn't an organised faith. And we don't control one or more Asatru holy sites. Like, we could cheese around that. Oh, right, so you can do 7 in 60 years. Yeah, exactly. No, you're right, because there is year 0. Only the finest sacrifices will do, man and animal alike, which means we need to designate. Congrats! Have you ever considered being a designated sacrifice? Could convert to a Zoroastrian faith and then convert back. Exactly. So I think what we would do is we'd do with this ruler is we'd convert to a different faith on essentially on her deathbed. So what you'd want is you'd want a ruler, a previous ruler. You want a previous ruler to convert, to stack a ton of piety, convert to an organised faith, consecrate the bloodline, but then you've already educated the child in the previous religion, and then they can go to that, or the ruler can always convert back. So you wouldn't do the consecrate in the same thing. We won't do the consecrate in the same one as we do the big push. Doesn't Flagellant boost our... I always thought Flagellant boost... Maybe it's only religious specific. Don't really want the stewardship boost. We'll resist the urges because we can just hold a feast. As soon as we get 34 gold, we can just host a feast and that'll deal with it. I found a beautiful flower while walking outside and it added stress to me because I accidentally stepped on it. Outrageous behaviour. As we're on 7, so how much are we getting from that? We don't need him. Give me someone with ridiculously high. Who's got highest learning? Don't even care if it's matrilineal. Don't even care if they're fertile. Not marrying someone with lover's pox. You'll do. No. So that we can then use to boost this. So we can boost that by that, which is knocking us up to 9.4 generation. We need to host a feast. Yes, I have done a great job, haven't I? Yeah, see, big learning is going to boost, because essentially that's knocked us up to 29. Strong blood would be nice to have as well. Not having access to Grand Temples does suck. You think going Kawe Gurbon just for Grand Temples would help you out by enough? I mean, maybe. Maybe. I mean, what we could do is, I think we'll try Norse for our Arthurian version of this run. But I do think I do want to do a Zunbil version at some point as well. So, if for that, we might try doing Kaive. Asta wants to be a shield maiden. Yeah, go on him. Test run anyway. A bit of random stress boost plus. We won't call hunt. 1008, so that's fine, we'll be able to do that. Yeah, the temples give piety, and you can kind of flip-flop between the kind of the feudal and non-feudal and all of that kind of stuff. You're not wrong. Peasant rabble, how dare they? So yeah, you could arguably do that. So you convert to that. Like, that is easily achievable. So let's push for apostate just there so we can just carry on testing this out. But I do think we can do it with the Sartre just by being pretty committed to raiding and everything else. Because like, have we got another bunch of prisoners we can murder? Like, remembering that we haven't pushed heavily on doing it for this ruler. We've really mostly just been focused on November, on testing various mechanics. My daughter Freya went on ahead of the group, chasing her heart. I follow closely behind and I find her standing above a commoner tagging an arrow to the poor man's chest. We'll let her live. Never! Peasants' lot is to serve their lord. Like, we are currently 50. So you assume that if we keep pushing the life bursts, we could at least make 70. So, like, I think double that is doable with more serious pushing on raiding and everything else. Then with the temple buildings on top, we're just going to have a lot of cash in the bank. I think what we'll need to do is we need to generate a nice stable... Should we not do Kingdom of England with doing it? Because we're going to do this as Arthurian, so I think I'm going to go for Cornwall and Wales first. So we do it as Cornwall and Wales, and we build them up to be super prosperous. And then when we need to do it, that means we're going to have England to raid. Sometimes you get good peasant leaders. But if we look at that, we're on 32 and we're generating 12.4 a month. So realistically, 12.4 is probably the kind of peak of what we're going to get in that regard. Probably. How does that break down? Okay. So we've got one virtuous trait, one celibate, religious relations, clerical justifications, theology focus, our learning boost, which is essentially 10% of whatever our learning number is, divine protection we're still getting from the pilgrimage before, pilgrim, theologian, defender of the faith, prophet, and as a religion we control Uppsala. So if there's some other Norse holy sites that we could pick up, maybe York, that would give us a boost for just holding them, that would increase that as well. %100% chance we pass that, so why wouldn't we? That's what we want as well. So we do want both of these, because that's going to give us learning per level of devotion, and we're on max level of devotion. I played as a Jews in Africa once, and my liege was Coptic, and he gave all my Jewish peasants independence. I've had that exact problem when we did our Norse Byzantine run. Half the time I was fighting my liege's rebels. I mean, the Byzantines have done well. I was fighting my liege's rebels half the time because it would have given away all of my land, because I was a Sartre. So we can get that higher, but I don't think we can count on it. We're not going to have it for a long time, because you're going to need those. It's only going to happen after you build the various things. So like, I think we can get double that though. I think we can generate double that in a focused run of someone aiming to just generate piety. Jafnar! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. You join us to the playing around with piety in CK3 and seeing how much we can generate so that we can revive dead religions. So remembering that what we're really doing here is trying to work out how many churches we're going to have to build on top of whatever we're doing so that we can reasonably do this. Because a church is going to give us a flat boost of 500. If we've been doing... Well, this is averaging out on our pilgrimages, because we're doing extremely long pilgrimages here, and we'd only get long pilgrimages when we're doing this in the UK. So even though we haven't been doing pilgrimages as frequently, doesn't matter, because they're doubling up in terms of how long we'd have to do them. We are in fact Vikings. We're currently hanging around in Afghanistan. We are Afghan Vikings at the moment, and enjoy playing with the kid. Learn on the job gives learning too. Which one's learn on the job? Is that under stewardship? Oh, as in that? Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. Scholarly circles and learn on the job is going to boost, because then what you actually do is we just push to make sure we end up with a good Ríksgödi. So like, we're going to get 7 of that, which is then another 0.7 that's going to add on to our generation. I mean, maybe there's even an argument for the fact you go for that early. I think you probably do, don't you? Because then you can get pedagogy on the way, which is useful for next generation. Like, you could push, because none of these actually deliver direct benefits until you hit profit. Well, you do get a flat +1 piety bonus, so no, maybe that buffs out, because that's only going to give you 0.2, and that's only going to give you whatever you get off of a decent Ríksgödi. So let's assume you're going to get half of whatever they get. If you can average a Ríksgödi that's got 15 learning, that's 0.7. So scholarly circles and learn on the job is probably only going to give you, it's 20% as well, it's not even that much, it's 0.3. So that is only going to give you, that's not going to give you as much as just being on, well, but you stay on theology focus and do scholar. No, pedagogy is not random. Pedagogy works periodically. So it only works for kids that you ward. So you have to ward the kid yourself. And warding only starts at age 6 officially. So from the age of 6 onwards, they will periodically, I think it's at 6, 8, 12, and then when they just before they come of age, they'll get a +1 in something. But you're absolutely right, the groom to rule is always retroactive. So groom to rule you can take at any time. So a handy thing to do is, and it used to fire if you redid your perks. But yeah, pedagogy is useful only if you educate your kids yourself. And for those who don't know, when you're educating kids, you want to find people who are intelligent or geniuses to educate them. It does not matter what education trait they have. The education trait is entirely determined by what you set as the learning focus. All that matters is the person who educates your kid is intelligent or genius, because that increases the odds of them getting a good trait. And the trait is not limited by whatever the person has. So it's the exact opposite of CK2. In CK2 you're always looking for someone who had the highest version of this. But in CK2 you couldn't focus people. Well, you could later on, but you couldn't to begin with. Now you can. So Princess Freya here would be a brilliant person to get to educate your kid, whatever focus you wanted them to have, because she's a genius. Which means they have got a chance to get anything up to the maximum of whatever trait, focus trait you ask them to get. My voice reminds you of James O'Brien on LBC. Same element of training yourself to lose your accent so that people can understand you better when you're broadcasting. I give a lot of talks and stuff like that, so this is my very... This is probably more my civil service voice. If you catch me drunk in Soho, I do not sound like this. I'll get some more free men, why not? My original accent is a kind of bastardised London, Hertfordshire accent, because that's where I grew up. We're under our cap. Can we do more stuff to get that down? We can host a feast. Let's host a feast. No, because I'm in broadcaster mode, so I just can't do it. I'll train myself not to. I mean, to be fair, it's not hugely dissimilar from this, but there's a lot more harsher edges to it. Oh man, we got Eager Reveler. That's bad because we're going to lose Chaste. We can no longer go celibate if we abandon it, I think. So make sure we don't abandon it. I think you don't lose it, but you can't take it again. Yeah, so there's some interesting reasons why Britain has so many accents, despite being a small island, and a lot of it is down to the Industrial Revolution. It's down to the Industrial Revolution and the birth of railways. And what they did is it meant that we had very quickly very small areas that drew in groups of immigrants, various things, developed their own accents, and then those accents got locked in as part of the Industrial Revolution and stuck around. So there's some very interesting reading and science on that. The Bidaic Reformation. You do not see that a lot. Bidaism has reformed. Good for them. Yeah, you don't, because they have to take a whole bunch of things to do it. So I think, looking at the piety we've managed to earn with one ruler who is not optimized around piety, and bearing in mind that we've still got maybe 20 years of life left in her. So 20 20 times 12. It's going to give us another bunch of piety. So we're going to get another, even if we tick that up a bit more, we'll get, let's say we'll get another 2k piety out of it. I think we can hit 16k. Again, we're not raiding all the time we could be raiding. Like, we should be constantly raiding right now, and I'm not. Because I kind of feel like we've tested the raiding part out. We know that works. We did just take apostate, so you can see again, if we wanted to convert now, it's going to drop the cost off a bit more. $28k. So if you bank on Stonehenge, surely 240 at 20 times 12. It's 20 times 12 times 10 now, isn't it? 20 times 12 times 12 is what you want to be doing. Because we're generating 12k a month and we're going to live for 20 years. So 20 times 12 times 12. Well, that's because to a certain extent it does become a different language, because you get lots of local dialects popping in with different words. I'll tell you what we should do. How long? What's the time now? Right, 10 to 3. How far can we stretch? In interaction terms. Raise the armies. How many men are we fighting? Oh, he's going to call in his allies, isn't he? $3k. Well, to get to 2.5k, not 25k. Really? That's the quickest way? Okay, go on then. We're into end of test run period here, so I just want to test something out. So let's run on super hard fast. Let's call a hunt. Freya kills a lot of civilians. Do you like the adventure Casus Belli? Yeah, I mean it's useful. Right, main battle force. Go deal with them. Lost our spy master. You can have it. Siege, 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 siege. Merge, kill. 98, 100. Enforce. Disband. We could do a grand block. We could go on pilgrimage. Right, where does that give us in range? Too far away. Guessing you're too far away. Are you too far away? Not too far away. 2k, 4k. Yeah, we're not fighting you. Go to war with Wallachia. That's true. Fabricate claims is going to tell me where the range is, isn't it? How do we have range on Turin? But not on there. What's that all about? Oh, you can spot the Romanian in chat. Oh, it's because it's part of the Byzantine Empire. And we're not declaring war on the Byzantine Empire. So we are declaring war on Wallachia. And the only bit of Wallachia we can actually declare war on anyway, I think, is that bit. No, it will let us flip. It just won't let us pick them. Yeah, we've got to get troops there though, haven't we? No, I'll leave this. So all I was trying to do is I was going to see if I could take Stonehenge and just see what we were kind of looking at, because then we would be looking at a pretty definitive final cost. But we also haven't got Cynical now that I think about it, which is the other thing that's going to reduce it. But I think what this has confirmed is very much that we're looking at 26k. So we're looking at 26k for our conversion cost. Maybe a bit less, because if we boost our learning even more, we're going to get more of a discount based off of that. Actually, that's worth calculating. So our learning is giving us a minus 29% discount. That is a direct equivalent of our learning, which is interesting to know. Because that means that if, for example, we divorce this dude and manage to find someone with a scary high learning, it's going to have even more of an impact. Especially once we get the council skills stuff stacked and added in as well. Because their skills get added to our own, we boost our own learning. So the 20% discount from So 20% discount from Stonehenge, plus 25 from being cynical, plus whatever we can boost our learning to boost that discount. I think we're probably looking at 25k piety, which means we're going to need to push a lot more on piety than we've been doing. But I think we can double that in terms of a total that we generate. I do want to convert to... Do we already hold a holy site for a religion? Because that'd be the last thing I want to just test, is if it's worth getting consecrated bloodline. I'm pretty certain it is. Guessing we don't have range on Kiev, do we? No, it'll be just out of range. Am I going to do a real attempt now? No, so the real attempt on this will start on Tuesday. Tuesday when the DLC releases, because we'll tie it in with the new DLC release and playing that. So we'll do DLC release on Tuesday. Then this will be back to the regular Sunday stream. We'll be pushing this. So we're going to do an Arthurian run. We're going to restore Roman Britain. And we're probably going to revive a dead religion. And we either go with kind of Zunism, because it's quite similar to Mithraism. Or potentially we just bring back the Roman religion, which is Hellenism. So we could convert to Hellenism. Is there a dead Celtic religion? We could go to a dead Celtic religion as well. I think there is one. Is there a dead Celtic religion? That's the Siberian one. Yeah, Hellenism is in Greek and Roman. I'm wondering now if there is a Celtic religion. Maybe there isn't. Christiani's quite fun to do. If you're ever doing a Croatian run. So Hellenism is the one we will probably look to restore when we go Roman Britain, as Arthur. But if there is a Celtic one, I'd be prepared to be persuaded to go Celtic instead. I just don't remember seeing one. You can go Cushitism. Someone was asking earlier about going Ancient Egyptian. You do Cushitism if you were doing this and wanted to go Ancient Egyptian. Krakow is a lovely place. One of my favourite cities in the world. Amazing pinball museum in Krakow. These are all the Zoroastrian ones. Yeah, I don't think there is a Celtic one. You just go default paganism. That just seems a bit basic. But But yeah, Cushitism if you wanted to do one of these, a run like this, but with ancient Egypt. But I think we're going to go Hellenism. So we're going to go Hellenism. Unless they've added snuck a Celtic one into this patch, which I doubt.